name is Joe Biden, and I love ice cream. What President Trump has done in his spreading of racism, the way he deals with people based on the color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We have racists, and they've existed. They've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it.
Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept the money from them aren't bad people, but it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You helped me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in.
Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has a big stick. I promise you. This election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America. Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did, and back in those days, you sure how things had changed. One of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a baby cap. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain, he folded up, he said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm gonna wrap this chain around your head. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car, And those days used to remember the straight race. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty. And it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn, that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
The fact is that what happens now is that we, in fact, have to fundamentally change the culture of how women are treated. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it. That saved billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
Tackle the #1 job facing the middle class, and it happens to be, as Barack says, a 3-letter word: jobs. J-O-B-S.
The younger generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. We can speak out and be more straightforward. I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Hillary Clinton is as qualified or more qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight. And quite frankly, it might have been a better pick than me.
I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself in the manner in which I talk about it. But what happened was they said, come back in your 40s, son.
Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night.
Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 billion, $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it so much.
a slight Indian accent.
I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts.
Let him go. Let him go. Look, the reason I'm running is because I've been around a long time and I know more than most people know. And I can get things done. That's why I'm running. And you want to check my shape on, let's do push-ups together, man. Let's run. Let's do whatever you want to do.
Damn liar, man. That's not true.
I think I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years.
Will you ever run for political office again?
No.
I know I'm called middle-class Joe. It's not meant as a compliment, means I'm not sophisticated. We choose unity over division. We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over fact.
Senator Biden, words have in the past gotten you in trouble. Words that were borrowed and words that some found hateful. An editorial in the Los Angeles Times said, in addition to his uncontrolled verbosity, Biden is a gaffe machine. Can you reassure your voters in this country that you would have the discipline you would need on the world stage, Senator?
Yes. My name is Joe Biden, and I love ice cream. What President Trump has done in going his spreading of racism, the way he deals with color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We've had racists, and they've existed, they've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot. We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it.
Think how we think about it, chat. It really does make you think. It really does make you think. Hello, everyone. How are y'all doing? I changed my setup. I'm still trying to make this work. I added 2 extra lights. I have 4 lights lighting me, which should be better. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's hard to say. But I think this is better. I'm whiter than ever. We love. Okay. Anyway, I was gonna say that sarcastically, but I didn't want that voice line to be on the internet. Like, I guess the context doesn't make it better. I guess. I am smart. It's very. You can see the lights. We like it. We love being brighter. That's better, more accurate statement to make. Anyway, how are you all doing? There was stuff I missed. I don't think much has happened. Maybe that's not true since I last streamed. But there's a bunch of stuff I missed in terms of like right-wing drama. Roots Out Queen. Yeah, I actually I like the Roots look better. But I do get them done like every 2 months, and I'm getting them done next week, I think. I have a lady I go to. People are making fun of me for not dyeing my own hair, like getting my own roots bleached. But like, I'm fucking good, bro. I'm good. I'm doing I'm okay. I have very thin hair anyways. So doing it myself would make it, I think, substantially worse than like a lady whose job it is. Those people are crushing your crew. That's true. Period. Leave it to the pros. I'm trying to like have vocal stims that are cuntier. Leave that to professionals, exactly, Elizabeth. Then like Truth Nuke. It's like a little less cunty than I think I want it to be. I still feel like that's such a weird experience, like especially dating and being around like cisgender heterosexual men. Because like I guess like saying like period, the concept of describing like a cishet guy as like boots to him, it's very funny to me. Um, Sometimes you forget that it's like, oh yeah, you're in a totally different world than me. That's weird. That's funky. Um, Such a fat fucking chud. Not really. No, I'm still saying that one. I think I need to stop though. Because I feel like even though it's like ironic, don't give up truth, Nick. You're right. You're right. I'll never give up truth, Nick. Andre, you're right. Never forget. I need to never forget where I came from. You know. Um, we need to. It's like I feel like this happened with It's Jover. Like I feel like I got on the It's Jover train like really early. My hair is funky today. Should probably just let it dry. I got on the like It's Jover train really early, and then a bunch of people started like in context where you would like this person is not on politics Twitter. You'd hear them say It's Jover. Which I think is beautiful. I'm glad that It's Jover. I guess it makes sense. I always forget that Joseph Biden was the president. It makes sense why you don't have to have like political brain, like politics Twitter brain to like understand what's funny about the concept of a thing being Jover. He also forgets famously, yes, you're right. I love dimming out. That's like it's perfect that like the 17 or so minute mark on that Lo-Fi Biden wave is the one where he's like, what is it? It's black kids are just as smart as rich kids, is what he said. Like attempting to get like an applause break. It's really at the perfect moment where I like, it's like, that's enough. It's white kids are just as, poor kids are just as smart as white kids. Poor kids, white kids, which is an incredible, it's cool that they let him be the president. That must be like the politics version of like, I'm still reading this lady's book, Olivia Nuzzi. And it's really again, I said before, if you didn't tune in for that, it's the biggest piece of shit of all time. It's really, it's profoundly bad. I assume that like being a Dem like politician and seeing Joseph Biden be the president must be like what it's like for me as a writer, like seeing her get all of this like, for like this writing. It's like, you fucked up that bad and you're still getting this? It's not fair. Why even try? What is even the purpose of trying? It's selling nothing. Yeah, no, it's really bad. Because it's not like the thing about like if you go New York Times best, is it less than 1,000 copies sold? Is this like limited edition? Do I have like do I have a rare Nuzzy? One of less than 1,200 copies of the book. That's a collector's item. That's actually so beautiful. That's the reason why it sold. Like, everyone who it has like 1,200 copies of the book are sold. It's like everyone who bought the book doesn't have a podcast, but everyone who has a podcast didn't buy the book, but everyone who bought the book has a podcast, and they're buying the book to make fun of it on their podcast. That's it. It's the Velvet Underground of shit books. That's actually so. That makes me so happy. I mean, I'm sure she got a shit ton of money for it, anyways. I mean, probably not. I guess with books like that, I think you get stuff up front. She got more money, like knowing that it was only 1,200 copies sold. She got more money from it than she deserved, I'm sure. That's so funny. This is the Nuzzy book, yes. 1,200 copies sold. That's so beautiful. Because that's the thing about, like, have I ever traveled to Uruguay? Is that because I'm gay? Because you're a gay? Is that the... I'm still reeling from Lacondi's nuts, like 4 years ago. Like, you can't get me. You can't get me. Because like all of those like New York Times bestsellers, if you actually read them, they're usually shit. Like the content of them is like, well, this is not worth putting in a book. Like I don't give a fuck. But it's written by someone who knows how to write. And that's like the bar. It's interesting. Like I talk about like culture industry stuff in relation to like visual medium, film, TV, how it's like there's this standard of shit that people are used to. And they consume these products like mainly because they're reeling from like having to work. They're tired from like working. And so it's like, well, this is slop and it makes me emotionally feel good. And that becomes the standard. There is really a similar thing with books. It shows how unintellectual our society is. That like the notion of reading is like, I'm smart, I read. When reading is just a way of consuming information. It's a way of understand like Twitter is reading, right? For like overwhelmingly, I know it's a picture. Twitter is a picture book, but overwhelmingly it is reading. I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna adjust my lights. It is very bright this way. You should see, you know that meme where it's like blinding myself with a lamp for no reason, and he's just like, that's me right now. Because it used to just be 2 lights right here, but it gave a very like, I think, top down. I don't know how it works, and so I was just like, I'm gonna get 2 more. And it seems, I don't know, it seems to be better. It's hard to say. Well, if you do assume Twitter users can read, you're right, that is true. I mean, genuinely, unironically, based off of a lot of discourse, I think the Kirkette transvestite. Oh, are they investigating Charlie Kirk's? Are they investigating Erica Kirk? It's so beautiful that there's 3 Ks in her name. Do you know what I mean? Like the fact that that's just, yeah, no, sure, let's. She was like, I have to marry a man whose last name has 2 Ks in it. Claudia, thank you. Let me send, thank you. Yeah, so the girls are fighting, is my understanding, right? There's a shit ton of drama in the right-wing media ecosystem because, of course, like, they won. They have to fight each other. And it seems to mainly be stemming from, like, Candace Owen shit. The right is now transvestigating Charlie Kirk and his wife, Eric. Oh, so it's like a double whammy. That's beautiful. Social media started training their eyes on Erica Kirk correctly. I mean, this is what happens, culture of transphobia. It's right, it's interesting because it's like only on the internet. It's so much harder to pass on the internet than it is in real life. Which is fascinating. It's fascinating for a lot of reasons, but like people don't expect to encounter trans women in real life, but they expect to be barraged by videos of trans women on the internet. Yeah, I mean, this is the consequence. This is, you won gender criticals. Is this the feminism you wanted? Nick Fuentes had to apologize to the woman he assaulted today. That's so beautiful. Yeah, so the story of that was that, like, people were stalking his house because of the "Your Body, My Choice" forever thing. Did I quote tweet that? Maybe I just decided to stay out of it because it was, like, spiritually, like, it felt like Night of the Long Knives, but on the internet, you know? Like, it's like, this is, you keep your head down. You keep your head down right now. But, like, you know, it's like, you're a gay man. Like, shut up. Fuck off, Nick Fuentes. Open, like, I mean, I'm assuming he's not actually a virgin. There was some weird, like... Milo Yiannopoulos had a really weird old Snapchat message that Nick Fuentes sent to his roommate where he was like, Fuentes was really mad that his friend / roommate was like hanging out with his girlfriend too much. I mean, who knows if that's real or not, but it's like, yeah, I'm sure that's what he would say. My first reaction to that, because it's like, you know, straight man, is like, same girl, like, I've been there before. I understand the weird, like, sublimated feeling you have there, and it's like, oh, well, there's a way I really want you to see me, but I don't have the language to articulate that. But it could also just be like, well, he's just an embarrassing person. Like, Yeah, he's like, why don't you hang out with the bros anymore? You said that you're gonna hang out with me more. Which, yeah, I mean, all fascists are like this. They've always been like this. Banality of evil, whatever. They're sad, pathetic people. Um, what do I think of Has Infrared? Um, I think he was very funny when it seemed like he was in on the joke of like the way that he is. And then it was like eventually it became clear that like no, he's just like this happens with a lot of influencers. Is like they're driven by clout and they're driven by a positive and a positive meaning like intense response by people on the internet. And so when they do insane shit, they're like, oh, this makes me more attention, and they don't really think about why. And that was like a realization with Haas is that it's like, no, 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 like this is him. Like, no, that's him. Yep. That is Infrared Haas. Um, so yes, I remember I saw the Wow Mao video, you know, the like, I am a Mongoloid. And it's funny because the guy he's debating sounds like a nerd and he's yelling over him. I mean, Haas, like, I do think that he found a certain, like, truth about those sort of internet debate culture things, which is like the only thing that matters is audience reception. And if your audience is just like baying hogs who like to see like conflict and who are bored, like it's like you want something exciting, then it's like, well, yeah, obviously if you do stuff like that, you'll rise to the top. I think it's honestly my Infrared Haas take is I think it's beautiful that Hinkle has like, you know, no new friends, only my day ones, and he's like, because Hinkle is like, Hinkle is now like a Arab WhatsApp uncle, like content, like that's his like primary audience base now, which I think is beautiful for him. He's like white boy of the month, you know. He can like, he went to like North Yemen, right, and like hanging out with the Houthis. And it's cool, like, because he got like 1 million followers out of nowhere. And it's cool that he's brought like Haas on board, that he also gets to take the trips to like the Russian occupied part of Ukraine. A WhatsApp discourse. WhatsApp is the messaging service of the global proletariat. That's undeniably true. I don't even think Hinkle is a fed. I think people are too quick to assume people are feds. It makes perfect sense to me that Hinkle would be doing what he does, like, for the love of the game. Remember there was one thing, he got a little bit too honest about, like, his opinion of, like, not October 7th itself, but, like, the ensuing conflict. Because, like, he really did just get clout because of increased attention to the persecution and genocide of Palestinians. That's an embarrassing one I mix up sometimes, but it's like only it's only like in audio form. It's economics. I always mispronounce as well. Economical, economics. Is he hanging with Tulsi? That's so beast. The Game Awards, I can't say that I am. I can't say that I'm that into it. I feel like I like play video games, but it's like a very few. It's like the ones that I like, and I'm like, that's enough. Do we need to have this lizard? It's making me nervous. I'm sorry to hear that. I need to put a content warning for anxiety. I need a content warning for anxiety on the stream. Is that actually coming? I feel like Half-Life 3 is like it's more of a meme than Winds of Winter, which I've now accepted now that Winds of Winter is never coming out. It's over. It's completely over, folks. It's never coming out. He doesn't want to finish it. And nothing is going to change. He's going to work on his little sorry, my voice is funky. He's going to work on his little novellas. And good for him, you know, but that's kind of it. Um, it's gonna come for the new Steam device. That would be smart. Um, I liked Half-Life Alyx. That was fun. Um, the sort of horror stuff with VR. I've moved now, and like living in Vancouver, I do not have enough. I mean, I probably could theoretically, but I don't want to. Have enough money to have an apartment.
I am gay!
Check no, thank you. Where like my gaming setup is big enough for like a walking around VR thing. So I have a really old VR headset that is just not really used. 15 million house, not enough for VR. True. Oh, that's true. Yep, that's true. That's true. Yep. In Vancouver. Um, doesn't know how to end it because it makes no sense the Seven Kingdoms can be in fact politically held together. I don't think that's why. I don't think that that's a problem. I do think that's a problem. I think that George doesn't understand history very well. There's a sense in which like the social structure of Westeros is like high feudal. Like the feudal contract structures everything, and you can see that in how people treat each other, the kind of discourse, political schism, but that he also wants the kind of conflict of the early modern, like 30 years war period. And so you have like some parts of the continent where it's like German kind of like proto-industrial, like Hansa styled like towns. These big towns and cities are developing based on trade. And then like you go a bit north and it's like the feudal contract is the only thing that structures society. Which again, the introduction. Oh, did that was that only on my end? My computer is. The introduction of that like increased commerce in your, I don't know why that happened. Sorry. The increasing in commerce in the early modern period. I don't know why I run this in. Led to the breakdown of the feudal contract because there were a lot more towns and cities, and there are people who made their wealth or survived based not on a relationship between like a peasant and a lord. Which like obviously fundamentally changed society. It brought it out of the feudal period. And George is like not really sure of it facilitated a massive increase in state capacity, and like a new kind of like petty noble class that came about across like Europe to administer that, because you know the feudal contract is a much more decentralized system, but that amount of wealth, those people who are not bound by it, they require administration, or the state views them as requiring administration, leads to increase a petty bourgeois class. A burger class is maybe the way of, I mean, it is like the capitalist class is the bourgeois. It's just like in that early period, they didn't have like the capitalist relations of production. They didn't, the conditions to exploit a bunch of people in a factory and to make money off of that production wasn't there. Which, you know, merchants initially make their money off of, it's mainly on transportation, right? The cost of moving things around. But that changes slowly as they become more influential. More people head to the cities and the towns. There's an increase in literacy, state capacity gets bigger. You can see this interestingly, like there's a question of like, well, why did Japan do so well in like the industrial, like in their period of industrialization? Why were like they really the only like non-European power that was, I mean, I guess technically they does that count as being colonized in the 40s? And like how do they industrialize so well? And it's because like Japan at the end of the Edo period, it's the Edo period, had a very city and town, a very urban population, that's the word for it, with very high literacy and a burgeoning merchant class that was like coming into conflict with the old samurai, like the old feudal samurai military class. They were making enough money that like they had a lot of wealth. A lot of the wealth was concentrated in the merchant class, but the feudal laws of the Edo state like didn't allow them a lot of the rights and privileges that a samurai would have, and there was like a conflict there. And so that was the perfect moment for this, for like this. I don't know. I feel like I don't understand the transition in terms of politics well enough, maybe to explain that. But a perfect moment for a small portion of that ruling samurai class to make the decision that they are under threat by the West and that they need to just like copy. They just need to industrialize. There's like a mission that, under the Meiji, that's like the Meiji Restoration, that well, it's funny because as far as I'm aware, like the Japanese emperor, words are difficult, still did kind of have a ceremonial role. Maybe I'm wrong about that. They was like more of just a figure, more of a figurehead in relation to that transition of power. But it's funny, like the Japanese industrialization, they were literally, he was a kid when they came to power. Was it an officer coup? Is that like a way of explaining it? We're like, we're going to centralize power around this kid, and we're going to destroy the old samurai class. Because they're not useful. They're a liability now. And it's funny, they would go on trips, like there would be like state-sponsored trips where government officials in Japan would go to America and be like, this is how you guys do a modern postal system. Okay. And they'd like come home and just like try to copy it directly. And like the reason why you couldn't do that, or why it was much harder to do that in like, I'm trying to think of another like non-European power that like really needed to industrialize, but then like didn't do it nearly as well. I mean, I guess literally all of them. Let's say like in like Persia, for instance. I mean, China, certainly. That's a great example, actually. Is like, because they didn't have the state capacity that comes from a very highly literate urban population and a powerful merchant class. That makes all of this shit like so much easier to administer and facilitate. Korea, yeah, another example. Although I don't know as much about the like, what is that called? That period of Korea, with they had a monarchy, but the Joseon, yeah, the monarchy was cucked. It was an example of like, what if the samurai class in Japan had way too much power, way more power, as opposed to what was happening, which is that they were increasingly losing their power. There was a lot more conflict between like the peasant class and the samurai during like the late 19th century, during the late Edo period. Because, the merchants are getting more powerful, more wealthy, and the samurai make their money off of a stipend, which is a tax that comes from the peasant class. And they were increasing their stipends because they were like, we're broke. We need to get our money up. And the only way that they could do that, or the only way they saw fit to do that, because like I believe in the Edo period, the general consensus on like the ordering of the classes is that the merchants are really low, very lowly. It's not a especially prestigious thing to do. You're not creating value in society. You're just moving goods around. Somebody who said it's interesting about the contempt. It's like maybe Deleuzean point. The contempt that pre-capitalist societies have for the concept of capitalism. But they were losing their power, so it was much easier for a centralized group, centralized around the state, to do away with their privileges. I mean, in China is a great example. That was impossible, right? Bureaucracies. I don't know as much about the lack thereof, transition of power, or transition to capitalism in the period. Anyway, what else is going on? What if the samurai lost power but the ninjas gained? It makes you think. My understanding of ninjas is that it's like a fake thing. It's not actually fake, but it's like people think of like samurai and ninjas are running around. When like the samurai were like the feudal lords. That was like since what is it, the 12th century they solidify themselves. Like a ninja was more of like a job that you had. It's like a type of guy that fights in a certain way. Whereas like the samurai were the ruling class. Um, Golden Age of Piracy was fun. That's true. That's true. That's true. I do think we take for granted the idea that throughout most of history you could just kind of like disappear. Like state power was just so fucking washed. It was so washed. I mean that's one of the reasons why like if they saw you stealing like the Foucault sovereign power, like if they saw you stealing they'd fucking kill you because it's like most of the time when you steal like there isn't a guy who sees you steal so you're fine and then you leave and you go somewhere else. And it's not like you have a government sponsored ID. Like they just didn't for most of history they're not writing people down. Actually, I do wonder how citizenship worked in like Rome. Like if you were a plebeian, because if you were like a part of the equine class, that's the word for it, right? If you were a horse, they'd know you. But like, what's stopping you from just like, I mean, maybe equestrian. Thank you. I guess it's probably the same thing. It's they know you. Like people around you know you. We also take for granted, I think, how atomized we are. That is why, like, I hate when people say, like, oh, this is a communal society and this one is an individualist one. Because usually it doesn't actually mean anything. Like, if you take a modern industrialized society and you're like, well, they're more communal. It's like, I don't think that actually means anything. I actually think that's fake. And, like, I think the distinction comes out of, like, a very racist belief. Like, I remember a long time ago listening to Red Scare. Because I like listening to evil people. I guess I don't need to, you guys all understand the dynamic I have there. And I remember one of them just mentioning, like, I think it's semi-ironically, but I don't know. That, like, oh yeah, China, it's like it's a communal society. They don't see things in terms of the individual. And it gave some example of, like peasants lying down on, like, mud to allow a general in conflict to walk over them to not get their boots muddy or something. Like, it's like they view, like, communal societies as, like, an ant colony. Because as far as I understand, like, that is the problem. Like, a problem with how so many people analyze society is that they do not view it as, like, the fundamental question of, like, why people do shit is how does a society make it so that a person who is, pain adverse and pleasure seeking, who is self-interested in that way, which, it still feels good to help other people. So you're still, how do you take that really basic component of human psychology and manipulate it in such a way that, like, benefits, generally a state or a specific class of people? How do you take that really basic, like, that basic part of human psychology does not change. That's the thing that is a type of being that we are. We are not, like, maybe this is if anyone is, like, a entomologist, please let me know if I'm wrong about this. My understanding of, like, the ant colony is, like, they are very, like, they have what, like, when people say a society is communal, like, that is what they mean, is, like, a person who does not concern themselves with their own self-interest. Like, the ant, and maybe we just don't, maybe this is, like, useless speculation, but, like, is not a self-interested, self-motivating being. It's like internal psychology. It's willing to do something that would help the colony for not for its own sake, not because it's like the ant feels like, oh, maybe that's a silly distinction to make. I don't know. Maybe that's a silly distinction to make. Ants don't have subjectivity? Yes. I do think that that's... Maybe it's hard to... maybe it's hard to say that definitively. Also, update, it was a mistake for me to take another 20 milligram Adderall at 2 p.m. because I was like, last year I switched to Adderall from Vyvanse. And I was like, oh, I took one at like 11 and I'm not really feeling it. Then I went and took one and I was up till 7 in the morning. Unfortunately, thankfully I'm good at getting up at normal time, so I woke up at like 11 and then just like had a rough day yesterday, you know, when you're just like, I'm just fucking tired because I don't want to sleep in too late because then my life is over. But oh well. So yeah, now I didn't realize that the conversion wasn't direct because I take like 20 milligrams of Vyvanse and I'm like, that's enough. Anything more, I'm too anxious. Adderall is more. It's more. There's no direct conversion because they're different substances. It's like it's a subjective value, but yeah. So only 20. We're staying at 20. We're staying at 20. Maybe a little bit less. It's always about managing your anxiety compared to your inattention. I didn't fall morphed into religion called Christianity. True. That's true. Oh, that was another mistake. Is yesterday I was like walking by like a weed shop because they're completely legal in Canada. I mean, there's weed shops in America too, in places where it's not. But like justifying it to the Twitch gods, like please don't ban me for. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna get some like edibles. I don't like smoking, especially edible. I enjoy, and I bought 2 bags of it, like 2 kind of, but for like not that much. And like I was like yesterday I was like, well, I'm stressed, I'm tired, I'm gonna take one at like, you know, 6 or 7. And it was weird. I was like, why is there only 1 gummy in this bag? And so I eat it, and then I think later, like, did I say 6 or 7? God damn it. I'm cursed. I'm actually like cursed. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I swear to God, I promise. I promise I didn't mean it. I did not do it on purpose. I swear to God.
I am gay!
Ashley Cats, thank you. Sorry. So I swear on Adorno. But then I was like, oh, I might have made a big mistake. And then I looked and it was 10 milligrams. Which, like, look, if you're like a stoner, that's probably not that much to you. But I don't do weed all that much. So I was like, oh, it's not good. And like, I don't want to throw up. But it was actually fine. I was just very high. 10 milligrams is pretty solid. I think, yeah, if you don't have a tolerance, that's a bit too much. It's like the legal largest amount they can sell you in a single gummy, I think. 50 is terrible. That sounds awful. Yeah, I think the government is like, you wouldn't want to put, without any tolerance is pretty intense. I'm like, I'm getting a lot better at like, well, I just don't really care. Like, whatever. I'm gonna be taken somewhere, and maybe that place isn't particularly pleasant, but it's gonna be a lot more pleasant if I just relax. But that was quite an experience, though. And then I fell asleep at a normal time. Then I slept like fucking 12 hours. I woke up like 11 today. I was gonna try to stream on time, but I slept for a long time. It was like that combination of that as well as sleeping like 3 hours before. It was a rough experience, chat. Oh yeah, I'm still looking for an editor. I know some people messaged me on Twitter. If you do editing stuff and you watch the stream, I feel like that's important. I want to make YouTube videos again because it's like good reach. I can just I can pay you, and then if it starts making money, you can just make the money that it's profit. Like I don't care to make money off of my YouTube. And you can also, if you want to make your own editing, like if you want to make your own, just literally stream clips, like just edit them into. If you want to make your own, I highly encourage that. There was this channel for a while, Library of Live Agar. Listen, folks, there's money to be had. People, the people yearn. These are like, it's not that much, but it could be more. The people yearn for Live Agar content on YouTube. Okay. TikToks, please do a TikTok as well. I'm happy. An Instagram reel. I'm more than happy. Doesn't Librarian watch you? I believe so. He's been in here before. Please viewers generate a commodity. You can keep the money. Just you can send me on Twitter. I open my DMs. My DMs are open. Yeah. Anyway. So they're transvestigating Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk. We're in hell right now. Liv, no. It's fine. I can take it. I've had them on. I had them on for years. So I can handle it. They were T for T. Yeah. I think that's true. It's same with Fuentes and Candace Owens. It's also a T for T thing. That's why like she's doing the transvestigation for Macron's wife. It's projection, folks. Let's see. Because Candace Owens has really been... She's a messy bitch. Which is... I mean, she's just an insane person. I think at the end of the day, that kind of... Like, she's doing gossip column stuff. It's why, like, one of the important early QAnon influencers was Liz Crokin. And, like, initially she was a gossip columnist magazine person. And it's, like, kind of the same impulse, which is, like, weird, obsessive, irrational gossip who's also evil. And so let's see.
The thing that is especially absurd about that is trying to like, almost like, I want to be clear that Turning Point USA is my family. The Charlie Kirk show is my family. You know, like she's just expanding the wings of people that we're not allowed to critique because they're in the family. If you call them fam, you can't critique them, right? Oh, I'm sorry. We actually are showing a clip of Rob McCoy defending a pedophile or trying to like launder the reputation of that's fam. That's the CK show fam. Oh, I'm sorry. We are actually pointing to the fact that we know for certain that this person or organization is sexual deviant. That's fam. That is my, don't you get me upset. I know that this is a now $150 million in the last 3-month organization. And we employ tons of people, but you can't critique. You can't critique the fam. And I hate to say this, but I'm going to be very clear here. This is why there are many people who do not believe that women are equipped to lead companies, because what you are watching here is an unbelievably emotional response that is absent of any logic, okay? If you really care about
period.
Out your team,
that's such a funny thing to say as like Candace Owens.
Answer the questions, okay? Just demystify the entire event. Come out, sit down, answer the questions so people don't think Turning Point USA looks so suspicious. Don't try to like mom the organization and say, well, mother's upset because people are coming after her kids and all of this multi-million-dollar subsidiaries. That's my children, okay? The multi-million-dollar subsidiaries, Turning Point, like Turning Point Action, all that, those are my kids, so you can't critique them. Not a good idea, okay? It may work in PR world. You guys, I know how it's an obvious PR campaign. It's never been more obvious of a psychological operation.
They should have never taught them the word psyop.
Actually wish they would put me on payroll so I could help them make these things look more organic than having every single person that has been telling us to stop asking questions all make the exact same video within 4 seconds of each other being like, whoa, whoa, Erica Kirk shuts down the... No, she didn't even respond to one of the...
Yeah, what is the...
No one, and I mean absolutely no one, outside of my husband and Erica Kirk has the power to shut me up right now.
I forgot that she said that. That's so fucking funny. It really, like, it's really important when you see, like, a person on Twitter, it's a throuple. No one except my husband and my metamor. The awesome, like, they challenged her to a debate, right? Like, Erica Kirk and all that was like, literally come to this event on Monday and we can, like, debate live. And she was like, I can't go because my husband said that I wasn't allowed to. Which is so funny to say. Like, it's like the trad woman conservative version of being like, sorry guys, the old ball and chain wants me to stay home tonight. What am I gonna do? Mom won't let me sleep over. Yeah, exactly. But there was a so Barry Weiss is now, I can't even remember what institution she has power over. It's like depressing when I think about it. CBS, and is doing like an Erica Kirk town hall.
Erica, one of the most alarming things about Charlie's murder
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
was the way that some people in this country reacted to it.
Yeah.
And not just online. This was an idea that you encountered a lot. And the idea was this. They kind of justified it. They basically said that because Charlie said or believed things that they believed were controversial or even hateful, that he somehow had it coming. What do you say to people who justified his death?
What are we doing here?
You're sick. He's a human being.
It is. I love this.
You think he
right?
deserved that? Tell that to my 3-year-old daughter.
Yeah. It is like, it's so funny that like even people on the right are like done with this.
Excuse me. You want to watch
She's
in
ulting.
high res the video of my husband being murdered and laugh and say he deserves it? There's something very sick in your soul, and I pray that God saves you. I pray, because that is what is so wrong. The internet in this world has
They all started going on cooldown at the end there.
That
people, I think even people on the right are not especially fond of what's going on with her. If you laugh, you go to Provo, Utah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that is, it's funny that people on the right are also doing that, because like it's obvious what the leftist reason for that is, but I wonder, like, I think the right wing one, it's either like it's because you think Israel did it and she's in on it, or it's just like misogyny. It is, you really can't appreciate enough how much those people hate women. They do not like women. Like, think about the left wing equivalent. If some like the left wing Charlie Kirk, which is a funny phrase, like the wife is like crying about stuff, you'd think they'd be like quiet about it, but it's like, no, it's a woman crying, and that pisses me off. What is it, Tucker?
In the 3 months since Charlie Kirk was murdered, I've...
Also, did you see Charlie Kirk like use the F slur, as they say? The F word. It was on that British interviewer. Like they really, like, everyone does want to just be Nick Fuentes now. Not Charlie. Did I say Charlie Kirk? I meant Tucker Carlson. Like, everyone wants to be Nick Fuentes. On Piers Morgan, yeah. Which is deeply depressing. I like calling it the F word is funny because it's like, that's the real F word.
Really tried not to comment on the murder investigation in public, and it's not because I don't care, of course. I love Charlie and knew him well since he was a teenager. But I haven't said anything about it. I really tried not to say anything about it.
So this is like, I feel like, maybe I can't quite remember what Tucker was saying before, but it seems like he was like hedging for a while, and like he wants to say something more confident, like more explicit now.
First, because I don't really know anything that everyone else doesn't know. I've asked around, but of course, how do you know?
Like, he was hedging, the way that the Tucker edges, yeah, exactly. The way that Tucker edges is that, like, he just is very, like, wide-eyed. He's like, what is going on? I don't know what's happening. More on how confused I am about this tonight at 6 p.m.
But the other reason I haven't said anything is because I know personally a number of the people involved in what's now become a very large story. I know them really well. And I really think a lot of all of them on every side. Candace Owens, I've known a long time. I love Candace Owens. Blake Neff at TPUSA once worked for me at a couple of different places, and I love Blake Neff.
It's Will Neff's, like, evil
Erica Kirk,
twin.
I've known since she was dating Charlie Kirk, and I love Erica Kirk, and I think these are all really, really decent people. And so it's been my desire for 3 months not to get involved in any of this. And in general, to think to myself, anybody who is earnestly searching for the truth, whether they're right or wrong, but as long as they're motivated by a desire to find out what happened and therefore honor Charlie's memory.
What is Tucker Carlson's platform now?
By getting to justice. Anyone who's doing that, I'm not going to criticize. Again, no matter what track they're on, lots of us, and this has certainly happened to me, have good moments, but good motives, but wind up in the wrong place. But it's a sincere mistake. So that definitely happens. I have done that, and so I just wanted to stay out. And then the other day, I had like a 3-hour conversation with Theo Vaughn, and it was not about Charlie Kirk or anything related to it, but that topic came up. And I said, in effect, I don't trust the FBI. And that gave some people the impression that I was, accusing them of being involved in Charlie's assassination. And of course, I wasn't, and I certainly didn't mean to. But it gives me the chance now to say what I think, which is that we should not necessarily trust the FBI. And by the way,
okay, so he's seeing the way that the wind is blowing in terms of. That's so fascinating. That's such a fascinating development for, like, Tucker being maybe a bit more definitive on this. Maybe I'm interpreting it wrong. It's such a fascinating development that he's seeing the wind blowing that way among American conservatism, specifically like influencer conservatism, that like the thing to do now is to be like, I think like you're too fascist for the FBI, but the FBI is also fascist. Like, I think that Kash Patel was lying. It's so funny, like they like someone like moderate conservatives got to use the ContraPoints meme of like they don't want power, they endlessly critique power. Like, you got the thing that you wanted, you got a fascist QAnon guy in the FBI, and like now you're like, oh no, it's a fucking compromise, bro.
Why would we? It's not an attack on, the political leadership of it. I know Dan Bongino, for example, for a long time, and like Dan, and don't imagine he would ever be involved in intentionally covering up a murder of somebody. I don't believe that. But Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, for that matter, are at the top of the org chart, but this is a huge organization, and parts of it act independently from leadership. That's the name.
It is. It's literally, they're doing like, this is like the right-wing version of a left comm. It's like, look, I don't care that the top of this institution is Mamdani. I understand that he means well. It's just, what can you do?
For bureaucracy. So saying, well, I like Dan Bongino and don't think he would do something wrong on purpose, which is how I feel, doesn't mean that I trust the FBI or have to trust the FBI. And again, why would I? If there's one lesson of the last election, the 2024 election, it's that a lot of our biggest systems, our biggest institutions have rot in them, and that needs to be reformed. And as if we needed more proof of it, we learned what a lot of us suspected for years, that January 6th was, in effect, a setup, and the FBI was key to that setup. And it's still not clear that everyone involved in that setup at the FBI has been fired or punished for that. So no person, no American is under some moral obligation to believe everything the government tells you, particularly institutions or agencies that have a long documented, factually documented track record of committing crimes, participating illegally in our political system, for example, as the FBI has done, manufacturing crimes, setting people up, distorting justice. That's the opposite of their job, of course, which is to get to justice through
Yeah. I guess that's not a surprise for Tucker. What is more of the drama? Can someone get... There was a video, Hassan was talking about it. I saw on Twitter that, like, Tim Pool was yelling, was in a shouting match with Candace Owens. I think that's beautiful. The girls are fighting. It's amazing. I mean, it was inevitable. He was the one shouting. That's awesome. Drop the hard C. Oh, the woman one. I thought it was, oh wow. That's crazy, bro.
Power, scared that she'll put you on her thumbnail and claim you benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination, which he's doing to me right now.
Yeah, that was the...
I'm done with these people.
She has security, just not on the level of you.
Oh yeah, the girls are fighting!
Can someone send me the clip for this?
This is fucking...
He's queening out, folks. He's queening out. Well, he's mad, I would presume, because, like... I would assume because, like... She's accusing some of his friends of, like... I mean, the thing, it's fucking insane, right? Is killing Charlie Kirk. I do love how everyone is a conspiracy theorist now. Like that's just, like, not a... Like, everyone saw how successful QAnon was, and it was just like, well, we'll do that. It's not fair that we can't do that. So, like, the schism about whether Israel killed Charlie Kirk is, like, happening on the left and the right. I mean, admittedly, it's much more popular on the right, right? And I think that the leftist conspiracy guys who think it was Israel kind of stopped doing it because, like, nothing came out. You know, they'd like, there's just people who were like, oh, I don't know. And then it's like, well, there's nothing, obviously there's nothing here because it's like, it's a silly thing to assume. But also just shows you, the C word is in that. Can I show the C word? I don't know whether Twitch, it depends. How compromised is Twitch by the Trump administration? Because, like, it's like how woke you are, whether I have the pass to say that or not.
Candace Owens is a fucking evil scumbag. She is a degenerate cunt. She is burning everything down.
I mean, I guess, like, every time I hear that, it's like, no one ever says that word nicely. I mean, this is just a Louis C.K. bit. Isn't it? I don't know. Of course,
And she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you fucking told me? She has no security. She doesn't fucking deal with
the punchline with the Louis C.K. thing is that, like, the fact that cunt means vagina, like, feels weird because it's like it should be like, when you hear the word, it feels like it's like a word used for like a Godzilla monster. And the punchline in that one to just steal, look, I can steal Louis C.K.'s bits. Fuck him. He doesn't deserve the bits. I deserve them. The punchline is like, the word makes you feel like you should be saying, like, somebody shoot that cunt with a bazooka. There's a cunt destroying New York City. You know, it's like Godzilla. But anyway, I guess I've never heard someone use it in a way that's like it's like German, where it's like you want to use it harshly.
Shit, we have to...
Well, I mean, I guess that's just misogyny, isn't it, folks?
...deal with. She's a piece of shit. She's making everyone else suffer, and all...
But every time I hear it, it's like, oof, Jesus fucking Christ, man.
All of these fucking conservatives out there that send me these fucking messages have no fucking balls to call her out. More and more people have started doing it. They send me these fucking messages. Good for you, Tim. Good for you, Tim. I wasn't the first person to do it. I'm not going to take credit for that. But don't fucking DM me like I did something for you as you fucking cower, scared that she'll put you on her thumbnail and claim you benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination, which he's doing to me right fucking now.
Yeah, that was the...
I'm fucking done with these people.
She has security, just not on the level of you.
Oh, yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no barrier in a...
That's so fucking funny, the cut to the guest. Like, oh, Tim, I was here to talk about my book about aliens. But yeah, that's your thing is interesting too.
Bourbon neighborhood with neighbors. She doesn't give two fucking shits. No one's out for her. She's lying about all of this. You told me you went to her house and she's got a 4 foot
Oh, he's a lackey? Oh, okay.
wall and one fat guy. And she doesn't give a shit about her security.
No,
Meanwhile,
you're right. The only time I've seen people use the word cunt nicely, it's like Aussies or it's No, do Brits use it? I feel like when Brits use it, it's also kind of it's a bit more abrasive.
I get bullets fired at my fucking property and I have to go live in the middle of nowhere.
Like the only time I haven't been personally offended about like being called a cunt, it was an Australian person. And also gay people, obviously, but that's like I didn't think about how there's a gay usage too.
And I got fucking strangers coming up to my house in Maryland, breaking in. I got people showing up and beating up the residents who try to live there. How the fuck am I even supposed to sell this property? And you know, it's all lies. It's
So wait, so in the implication, I wasn't paying attention. The implication, he's saying that like people are harassing him because of
it's all hypocrisy,
allegations.
and it is for the
I don't. Just Candace Owens is saying that he's involved in the assassination.
purpose of making money. And she does not live the way other people live. And she claims she liked Charlie, she loved Charlie, and she is burning everything down that he built because she is evil. She is evil. And I'll say it again.
The shootings, like I saw a bit about that, and I was like, oh, what? Were those done by right wingers? Because I mean, it makes sense that they would be. That's the default. There's a reason why that's the default assumption in America. I'm glad that that's becoming the default assumption, and I guess like the fact that, like the like left lib psyop about like the guy who killed Charlie Kirk being like a groyper like seems to have worked. One of the reasons is like because that was everyone's reaction, including mine. I was like, I bet this guy's a groyper. Oh, haha! It's Fuentes guy. Funny.
This conservative movement is fractured. It's fried. Whatever it is. Okay.
She said that Tim is employed by the French gendarmerie.
Oh, it's okay.
That's so
I'm
beast.
transgender.
Oh, I had no idea.
That's hers.
Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you for the right. I hope you had a good stream. We're talking about what else is there to talk about? Of course. Then I guess Tim Pool calling Candace Owens the C word, which is.
Republicans are on track to.
I didn't know that we were doing. I mean, I guess they were probably always doing that. That's the trade-off, I guess. If you're a conservative man in America, you get to use that word again, but then all of your stocks no longer.
Lose the midterms. They were actually trending in the other direction until Charlie Kirk was murdered.
Yeah.
And this is the point.
That's such a. That is.
Evil.
That's so funny.
And I'll say it again. This conservative movement is fractured. It's fried. Whatever.
The implication that like.
It is.
Trumpism was destroyed because like Charlie Kirk was the one like. That's a line I see a lot. Is the like, you know, you killed. Well, it's kind of an extension of like the you killed the moderate. You know, Charlie Kirk was a moderate and they killed him. Is that like, oh, the movement is fracturing because Charlie Kirk was holding it together? I don't think that that's true. Like Charlie Kirk couldn't deal with 2017 Nick Fuentes. Do you know what I mean? Like he couldn't deal with the fact that Nick Fuentes was sending some of his like little like groyper kids to come and ask him about like dancing Israelis during like live Q&As. He was like, that made him do the thing where he was like, oh, I guess Israel's pretty bad if you think about it.
Okay. Republicans are on track to lose the midterms. They were actually trending in the other direction until Charlie Kirk was murdered.
The concept of the average American voter caring more about like Charlie Kirk's campus conservatism activism, like positively, than they do about like the cost of living negatively is just like.
Yeah. And this is the point, isn't it?
It's so beast.
Most effective political assassination in history, and thanks to the likes of.
Yes, no, he was a great he was someone who is more indicative of the movement, because Charlie Kirk has always fundamentally been a person who like said whatever made him the most money. Like quite literally, that's how he got his start, was being funded by billionaires. And then he gets different billionaires and they're like, we would like it if you said this, and then he changes the things that he said. Like just literally objectively, that's how he got his first amount, is like going up to billionaires at Republican, you know, things, being like, my name's Charlie Kirk, I'm an influencer, you can pay me to make content for the, you know, the ideas that you want. Yeah, I mean, he was clearly good at what he did. That's why he was who he was.
Of the vile cunt Candace Owens, she has turned Turning Point into the perpetrators.
I need like a Vine Boom button, sound effect button to use whenever
of the crime that was against them. I don't get paid by any of these people. I'm not on good terms necessarily with Turning Point USA. They didn't invite me to their stupid event. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. They invited me back after I started criticizing Candace. I'm not going to your event. I'm over all of this shit. The last thing that I need to deal with is a bunch of cowards in conservative media refusing to stand up to her. Megyn Kelly, come on. I appreciate the kind words, but come on. Such fucking pathetic bullshit. You know, and I get people saying, Tim, you know, thank you so much for talking about it. I don't care. I'm not doing a favor for anybody. I'm not doing this to benefit anybody. Nobody's paying me. There's no fucking Russia. There's no fucking Israel. There's just me sticking my neck out and then risking dying for what? A bunch of cowards that don't want to stand up to protect themselves? People like fucking...
What is he saying? He's risking dying?
Candace Owens.
I couldn't believe that she put you in the...
He's sticking his neck out, yeah.
In the thumbnail.
What a fucking cunt.
Jesus Christ, brother.
I'm done.
The idea that she'd imply that you...
What is the Candace reaction to that? Do you think that Candace is in a position where she feels comfortable saying that that's misogyny? I'm actually very curious about that. Did someone have the Candace reaction? You're right, he isn't sticking his head out. He's got the beanie. That's crazy. I do want to see it. Yeah, I mean, it's so fascinating to me, like, that all of all the women influencers, the Candace, but even like the new like annoying Trump 2 ones, you know, that like insanely racist Canadian woman, like blonde, like dyed hair blonde woman. She was on like the 20 people debate, one person, Jubilee. No, not Liv Agar. No. No. Like those sort of people, the new, like, all of those people pretend to be, pretend to be like anti-feminists, and they all brag about being business owners. Do you know what I mean? It's so fucking like, no, that you are actually using the like kind of stunted victories that the feminist movement, Stock or whatever is her name. The only reason that's actually possible or conceivable is because of like the parts of the feminist movement that didn't get completely wiped away, that like actually managed to solidify themselves. So you're all fucking hypocrites. Or is that gonna be blocked? So many of these guys have me blocked. It's really funny. There's a really good take, like, someone had this tweet where it's like, men don't block women. If a man has blocked a woman, if you're a woman and a man has blocked you, it's because you ruined his life. And I agree. I think that's true. Whenever I see one of those guys has blocked me, I'm like... There's a guy that I wanted to quote tweet with my, like, I think most men hate women tweet. But then I tried to do it on my main account and it didn't let me. And I was like, oh, he's got me blocked. It was someone who was basically saying that, like, women were making up. You know,
all the time. I hope he gets well. But I do want to address this absurd point that he's making about why we shouldn't be speaking about Charlie Kirk's assassination. Take a listen.
You can come
and
you can burn everything I have to the ground, and I will happily live in a van down by the river. I don't care to be number one. I don't need to be number one. What I care about is what is true and what will help this country and what works. And she's is
so
a scumbag.
She's so messy.
And she's getting worse every day. And she crossed the line. She continually crosses the line every day, insinuating that Turning Point literally killed the guy who made them all rich. And I hear this in the streets, and at a certain point, I'm like, holy shit, we're gonna lose the midterms. We're gonna lose the midterms, then we're gonna lose in 2028, and it's because she's a piece of shit. Because instead of saying, guys, let's come together and figure out...
It is like the lion and then like the chimpanzees laughing.
Work together. She says the stupidest retarded crap, and now everybody's running around divided and broken. For what reason? For literally what reason?
Because they killed Charlie Kirk in broad daylight, and we.
Oh, so she didn't look at the. I do wonder if that was on purpose. The didn't want to react to the content of her saying of him.
We don't care about
calling her
your
the C
stupid
word.
midterms. We just don't care. Like they really. This is.
That's actually one thing you have to understand about Candace is that she isn't very smart. Like Candace is gonna burn very bright. It's like Ron DeSantis coded. Like she's gonna burn very bright very quickly.
And we don't care about your stupid midterms.
We don't care what your stupid midterms is so interesting. She's pretty smart. I don't think so. I think she's. I think that she's kind of insane. Like
We just don't care. Like they really. This is how they view.
I don't think the specific way she's going about this is particularly smart, and I don't think it'll make her last especially long. Because like Fuentes is another person who attacks a lot of the conservatives, a lot of other conservatives. He can't like stay friendly with other conservative for long enough, but I think he knows how to do that, and he knows how to have a certain base that is like that worships him, right? And like it's also just the fact that she's doing the Macron conspiracy stuff still. Like she believes it. She actually does believe that like what is it, like the most insane stuff she was saying was, you know, she knows that Macron is actually a man and that is related in some way to President Charlie Kirk because she saw it in a dream. It came to her.
You Charlie Kirk. That's what I say. Was anything in his life real?
There's a couple of those like if you watch Fuentes, which I wouldn't personally recommend, but you know, I have a brain disease where I have to know what these people are saying. Like he brings up the insane things that she says all the time because it makes his position so much easier. Like Fuentes wants to appear as like the kind of the reasonable person in the room who's like, okay, I will say the thing that no one is willing to say. And like he's navigated doing that even among the kind of increasingly fascist like right-wing influencer group influencers. I mean, one of the ways of doing that is being like, you guys are fucking insane for saying it's Israel. You're insane for saying that the French army is connected to it, that Charlie Kirk's weird wife is connected to it. You people are insane. And I think he gets a lot of the cultural clout he's getting recently, like barring the fact that it's obviously a product of the rise of Nazism in America. Fascism is just like he knows where to position himself to get ahead of everyone else. And like I don't think the way that Candace is doing it is far more belligerent, I think.
Tim Pool
obviously just opens herself up to like lawsuits
is
in a
going
way
off
that
right now because he's like, it's not the time. You guys need to be mules. You need to keep voting in the very corrupt people that are lying.
Yeah, and it's also Egypt for some reason. I don't know what the Egypt thing.
To your faces right now about what happened to Charlie Kirk. It is not the time because it is your job to get people into office. This is what I mean when I suggest that nothing in Charlie Kirk's life was real. So he really thinks he's doing something there, and actually what he's doing is proving my point.
Israel sent Egyptian planes at Charlie Kirk.
These people just saw Charlie as a means to an end, okay? As a political horse that they could ride. And so for whatever reason, they got tired riding him. And now they're angry because they also were going to whip the horse, the ghost of Charlie Kirk, and say, we still need you to shore up votes. And it is inconvenient that people who actually cared about Charlie and saw him as a, I don't know, human being, want to know why he was publicly executed in front of us and why we're being lied to about everything. That is why Tim Pool is upset, because midterms, it's going to be my fault, not the fault of the feds for feeding us BS. It's not going to be the fault of turning.
Yeah, I don't see her shtick working especially well in the future. I think she's not. Let me find more of the specific. Yeah, she's saying like everyone in relation to Turning Points USA killed Charlie Kirk, and it was also the Egyptians. I think that her grift is going to work well in the short term, but I just don't think, I think people are going to move on eventually, and she will have no support. Like everyone kind of hates Fuentes or views him as a liability, I think, in that circle, but like he has like a Groyper army. Like he has this like this base that is very specifically dedicated to him as like it's a cult of personality, you know. But Candace is distinguishing herself in a way that's mainly just for clicks. Like it's the conspiracy grift, you know. I do think that grift, like the grift or true believer distinction, isn't real. What is the...
To put it simply, if Candace were not doing this, this would not be happening. If she were not going live cynically every day exploiting this, it wouldn't be happening. No one else would be doing it. And there would be no hysteria and paranoia over this. People might have some lingering doubts and questions about the assassination. People would be eager to see the case against Tyler Robinson and what the evidence is. People would still be talking about it, but no one would be connecting it to Brigitte Macron. Nobody be taking it there. Nobody be talking about Egyptian planes and maroon shirts. Nobody be motherfucking Erica Kirk and Turning Point USA. This is just her. Like, she's doing that unnecessarily because it feeds her ego and it makes her richer. And it's hurting the country. It's hurting the conversation. It's setting back the credibility of anybody that has ever doubted the FBI.
See,
actually,
same voice on the Fuentes. See, same voice on the right, Fuentes. That's the thing. He's like, he knows when to position himself as such. And he knows that, like, he can do that in a combination of, like, saying that Hitler was based or whatever. Puts him in the place that I think Candace Owens wants to be in. But I don't think that she's, like, they're both morons, obviously. But I don't think that she is a particularly shrewd moron. Do you know what I mean?
Thing. Because it's so reckless. And it has to stop. Somebody's going to have to put an end to it. And like I said, I'm going to watch the stream on Monday. And listen, a lot of people don't have the resources or the brain power to do this. If Turning Point is not successful, I'm going to put it together.
UFQ emotes, thank you. Many are saying this, folks. For just $6 American dollars a month, you too could have the little lizard emotes.
And I am going to blow a gaping fucking hole in her credibility that she will not recover from. I will tell her entire story that nobody knows. Her spook-ass, weird husband. I'll tell the story about her donor, who is a Scientologist. I'll tell the story about Rebecca Mercer. I'll tell the story about how she was suing people for racism and doxing conservatives. We'll tell the whole story. We will blow a giant hole in her.
Hearing defense for TPUSA? I guess so. That's great. We love another. Why does he look like that? Why does he look like he's being Kirkified in the photo? She is married. Yes, she brings up her husband quite a bit, I think. Again, before, like, the excuse she had for not being able to go, she was like challenged to a debate by the TPUSA people. This one was awesome too.
It's those little things where, again, he would walk through the door, drop his bags, Daddy's home, take his phone, Friday night, Shabbat Shalom, throw it in the junk drawer, and it was just all us.
They're losing the right is losing their minds about her saying that Charlie Kirk said Shabbat Shalom on Friday.
And that's what...
Which I don't... Is she like just trying to become a rapper?
Shalom, throw it in the junk drawer, and it was just all us. And that's what I always wanted to make so special for him, was coming home. I'd always say, baby, I don't care what time you get home. Home is here for you. Your food will never be cold. It might sit out for a little bit, but I'll reheat it. It's fine. And I just want to encourage spouses, don't get mad.
Yeah, everyone, the right was losing their minds about that. Now tell everyone he was Jewish. Very funny. You gotta hand it to him. The other one that's been killing me recently is like the meme where it's like someone will quote tweet a person being stupid, and it's like maybe I said this before. It's like Family Guy laughing, and the quotes. It's like in quotes like, "The Goyim aren't cattle" or something. That one's really been killing me. Yeah, I mean, this is a classic. Oh.
I live like a capitalist every single day. I live
It
like
took
a
me
capitalist
like
every single day.
I had to make sure to wait like at least a week after he got killed to
I
go
live
into
like a
this website
capitalist
on
every single day.
stream. It's a classic. That's like a 2020 classic. Yeah. Oh, this is great too. Like, I do think that is maybe one of the reasons. I mean, one of the reasons why the Erica Kirk shtick isn't working among the right is because of how much they hate women. The other reason, it's just, I don't think she's cut out for it, bro.
Come after me, call me names, I don't care. Call me what you want, go down that rabbit hole, whatever. But when you go after
Not pretty enough, true.
my family,
This one is awesome. I love that she's doing that thing. You know the Nick Mullen bit where it's like, you could cut off my arms, you can rape me, you can throw me in a dungeon for 20 years. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Shoot me in the head 10 times. I don't care. But you insult my friends.
my Turning Point USA family, my Charlie Kirk Show family, when you go after the people that I love, and you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars every single episode going after the people that I love because somehow they're in on this, no.
You know, I have to say it. I've never seen you like this.
No, this is righteous anger because this is not
my
okay.
Charlie
It's
Kirk
not
Show
healthy.
family.
This is a mind virus. Yes, I believe in our judicial system. I do. We have a hell of a team working on this, excuse my French. But this is not okay.
So you want to put these people back
She's just not very good at it.
in the box where they've been creeping from?
I don't care what box you're in. But just know that your words
slay.
are very powerful, and we are human. My team are not machines, and they're not robots. They are human. We have more death threats on our team and our side than I have ever seen. I have kidnapping threats. I have...
The team is so
You name it,
awesome.
we have it. And my poor team is exhausted. And every time they bring this back up, what are we supposed to do? Relive that trauma all over again? They watched my husband get murdered. I have no idea how.
I just, like, she really did pull in Israel. Which I'm going to call this pulling in Israel now, where it's like you have so much goodwill at the start of an event. And it's like she burned through that goodwill, even among the right in-depth threats. She burned through that goodwill among the right so fucking quickly. It was really impressive.
How I would have reacted if I was there that day. And thank the good Lord that I did not have to see that happen. But my team, they are rocked to the core. So why every single day do they have to be dragged through the mud, analyzed, hyper-analyzed?
You know,
sit in a corner and cry and be in fetal position. This is a duty to my husband, and it's an absolute honor, and I will never back down. And so my message to them is to stop.
Oh, it's like maybe the stupidest. I mean, I guess this isn't a surprise among like right-wing influencers. This was very easily predictable when Trump won, is that they're just gonna like fight each other. I also I think I said that. It sounded like a crazy. I honestly did not expect the thing that they were going to be fighting about to be like actually this fucking stupid. it's not even just whether it was Israel. It's like whether it was like, it's whether it was Erica Kirk herself was in on it with the Egyptians. Yeah, no. I hope that Candace Owens stays around just pure like among the right, just purely so she can keep doing this. My prediction is that people are going to get tired of it because now all the influencers are tired of it. Because it's like, well, I don't want her accusing me of like, oh, she's actually an insane person who has no desire to, just will accuse literally anyone of any insane thing, like for clout. There's no like the thing that I think these right-wing influencers probably agreed among each other beforehand that like we can have these sort of beefs in person or on the internet, but then like when the cameras are off, we go and hang out, and it's like not like you're just like a coworker. That was what was it Emma Vigeland or whatever went on Tim Pool, and there was debate. I don't but then she said afterwards that Tim Pool was like, yeah, do you want to like we're going down to have drinks? Do you want to hang out later? Which I cannot imagine I cannot imagine a worse fucking vibe than getting drinks with Tim Pool and co. But it's like that's how he sees it. It's like, well, this is like on this is politics, whatever. But like, we all have the influencer money, whatever. It's fine. It's for show. And I think that like Candace Owens' mistake, like Fuentes does this too, but he has his own structure. He has all of the little like groypers that love him. Like Candace Owens doesn't really have that. So like a part of this is also Trump's approval rating going down, is that everyone is like recognizing that especially these institutions are a lot less popular than they were like maybe a year ago. It's so crazy that like Trump has been president for for less than a year. Oh man. It's gonna get so bad, bro. It's gonna get so bad. But like the influencers can sense these institutions are not, even among their own people, even among the people who like still like Trump, they're finding things to be not happy about with the administration. It's good czar, bad boyers. For the Republicans, because like Trump has like a 30% approval or whatever floor, because it's like that's however many, like they're just not gonna, they're on board. That's an observation that it's very easy to make. I think it's about basically every country that at least 30% of the country is fascist, or at the very least is like would be fine with a fascist like state. What if Tim Pool ordered 2 beers and put a straw in one and put the top of the straw under his hat? The beer started disappearing from the bottle like something was drinking it. That would be curious. He's being puppeted by like the Ratatouille style by the dumbest rat of all time. I love the idea. I love the idea of it like a chud rat. The CTE, the rat that has CTE. He's not hiding in him being bald. Ratatouille, but the rat isn't sentient. The rat really hates women. Ratfic, which is the evil version of Ratatouille. I see it. That's very possible. That's what happened. It's very possible. Yeah, I mean, I think it's very funny to see. It was inevitably going to happen. What I want to see is like what happens to like the Sarah Stocks of the world, when like the bottom kind of falls out of the right wing. This particular like period of right wing grift. Like those sort of the Trump 2, like blonde needs to get their roots done. I mean, I guess pot kettle in this case. Like white influencers who all of their bios, it's like CEO of this company that doesn't exist. That's like selling you like fake skincare items. Because Because the funniest one, and by funniest I mean most pathetic, remember that lady who went viral? Like, this was before, was it before Trump won? I'm having trouble, like, and she went viral for just, like, saying the N-word. Was it about, was the drama that it was her, that doesn't narrow it down, I guess. But she got fired, and so she, like, started a grift. And, like, within a week, they were calling her transgender. And also, they were saying that she was a race mixer. Lily, yes, that's the one. Like, what's going on with her? Because that cannot be a happy existence. Like, she is, like, very thoroughly... She was one of the ladies who did blackface. Yes, Christian social media influencer, fired for saying the N-word. And you can see, like, they're mad because, you know, it's like, I mean, all those people immediately, she's still grifting. I mean, I assume it's just not going very well. Yes. Lily Gladys says her YouTube channel has been demonetized, destroying her sole form
I have
of
officially
income.
been demonetized on YouTube, which was...
Oh, yeah, I mean, of course. I would assume that it's just a similar thing for all of those people. The craziest was the Britney Venti lady who did, like, blackface for attention on Twitter. Well, I mean, it just means that something else is going on, because her mom is black, is she not? Like, there's a whole other thing. There's a whole, like, when you see, like, other type of, like, the white woman who was doing, like enough heroin that her, like, her hair was falling out, and she needed to put, like, bangs here to, like, hide the, like, that's another, her deal obviously makes sense, is that she's, like, an insane person, you know. Was it meth? Oh yeah, I guess it's more meth than heroin would make your empath Chan, yeah. Very specifically different deal than the Britney Venti lady. Well, she's had a thing for, like, a long time, yeah. Dating Destiny, I don't... Oh, I mean, Destiny... I'm sure that, like, she was a part of whatever weird, like, influencer harem that Destiny has. Like, he does, like, the sex tourism stuff. I'm sure she's involved in that. I mean, you know, well, it is, I mean, maybe it hasn't become cliche. Maybe it's always been cliche that, like, the woke is coming back and you're gonna eat shit. I do think that we're gonna, like, get a really weird and, like, somehow also evil, stupid, like, countercultural, if you can even call it that, reaction to Trump too, that you can kind of start to see has happened. Like, the fact that, Cutie Cinderella, that streamer lady, was like, I don't care, but the fact that, like, FaZe Clan are mildly homophobic, I still hang out with them. And, like, the TikTok reaction to that was, like, insane. Like, it was insane. Like, the people were like, we need to drone strike this woman's house, which did feel very 2020 to me. It's I guess it's dark woke. I did tweet, like, it feels like it was a long time ago, but I looked and it was, like, 6 months ago, I think. No, it was the start of the year. About, like, it makes the dark woke joke thing make sense because, like, American liberalism kind of pretends it's a lot less cruel. Like, it's not cruel enough as a cultural sort of block for what works in American society, because American society is deeply cruel. So it makes sense that people are, like, going to be edgy about it. You know, like, the examples people were using then were, like, I think the dark woke stuff had to happen eventually because liberal side of culture war has not been overtly cruel enough. This had, like, oh god, people were so mad about this, and then I said, this blew up, my tummy hurts, and people were like, you fucking deserve having your tummy hurt. It's called guilt. I hope you shit yourself. um, you destroyed people's lives. You deserve everything bad coming to you. But like they got really mad about this, and like they were like conservative quote tweets. This is such a cool example. Like their attempt to find examples of what regular woke cruelty is, and it's like, remember this disgusting piece of you bullied this poor engineer who had porn babes on his thing to tears because his wife got him the shirt or whatever. It's like, you've seen nothing yet, brother. Yeah, like they were like, oh, they tried to cancel this like poor 16-year-old boy. Do you remember this video? You've seen nothing yet, brother. Like if you think it's not so funny because it's like, I mean, think of the shit that your side is doing. The reaction, I think, will not actually be, the cultural reaction will not actually be good, in the sense it won't be a positive, but it'll be funny. Because I don't think that Americans, I mean, this isn't just a pessimism related to the American culture, but I think it's particularly bad. Have the ability to turn these sort of things into something fruitful. I mean, I'm skeptical. I hope so. I mean, think about where we were in 2020 when someone like burned down a police precinct and everyone was like, yeah, that's what happens. Like Mitt Romney was doing the like, a black woman is speaking, like be quiet thing. But yeah, I will gladly get an insane amount of harassment when this comes back. I will die. You know, like the revolution eats its children. I will happily be eaten by whatever dark woke response actually manifests itself, which is just going to be people being mean to each other on the internet, because that's the only thing that people can amount to politically now. Relive Agar. I never met a dark empath. I'm happy to say I haven't in person, but I'm familiar with the concept of that, where it's like someone who's like, I'm so empathetic, but I use it. I use that empathy to manipulate people, which it's like, that's just narcissistic personality disorder. Like they have a term for that, and it's cluster B. Like you don't need to invent a new term for that. That's already that is a dysfunction that we already know of and can place. That is cool. Like people will like power scale. They're like the fake clinical entities they've come up with. What is the same? It's like dark triad personality, where they're like, oh, if you look a certain way that's like really alpha that women are attracted to, it makes you like edgy manipulator, but it's like that's like the ideal for looks maxers. They're obsessed with like being dark triad. And you'll see tweets like the response, there's like lib coded tweets that respond to that by being like, you know, like autistic people or people with such and such, like people who have super empathy, whatever concept, are like really good at rooting out dark triads and people who are, and it's like, but you're basically being like, I think Goku would beat the shit out of Superman. Like in my opinion, you can't even debate. It's not even a question. I like spiritually, I think those are at the same level. Sociopath and psychopath are not real diagnoses of DSM. Well, psychopath was never a diagnosis. It was a theory put forward by, I think, a particular psychologist. But it's just not, I mean, I guess it's not especially clinically useful. And then, yeah, sociopathic behavior is like a bunch of different things. That is the thing about like psychology, is when you understand the reason for it. Also, I didn't realize this got a lot of likes. How I wake up in the morning just not checking the discourse, the response to the discourse I've started. Yeah, that's something. It's probably fine. I don't give a shit. People are gonna say stupid shit about this. I don't care. But speaking of, yeah, the porn addiction debate is really interesting. I actually do think one of the reasons why people think porn addiction is, people are so willing to think of porn addiction as real, is like a deeply like conservative political belief. That like the more conservative they get, the more insane it is, where it's like you get people who like blame the Jews, you know, for but it's like puritanism. I think it comes from the idea that people think that their desires can be manipulated and exploited to a point where like it quote unquote rewires their brain. Like everyone feels like they have been affected negatively because of the internet, because of culture, society, but like they don't have a really good way of concretely explaining why that's the case. But a lot of the times it's like the nofap community is deeply conservative. You could see, well, like it's like the edge of the manosphere, and it's trying to push you in. The Felix porn addiction tweet is very funny. It's edging you. It's the edge of the, yeah, it's definitely at the edge of the manosphere. Yeah. Did I watch Hank Green's video explaining why I'm wrong about water usage? No. Let me answer that question for you. No. But yeah, it seems like the porn addiction stuff, the specific usage of the discourse for addiction is also really important. Because if you look at like nofap people, they will refer to, like they will refer to porn as a thing that like no one should have access to at all. Like it is a moral ideal, which is funny because it's like that doesn't necessarily follow from addiction. Like how many like former alcoholics are like they should just not sell alcohol? I am gay. Sell thank you. Anyway, there's an interesting paper I read about that. One of the issues with studying porn addiction and whether it is actually a thing or not. Wait, hold on. Wait. Oh my goodness, hold on. I got food? Sorry, I forgot to, I did not eat enough and I'm hungry. And then I'm like, well, fuck, I can't make food while I'm streaming. I have Born addiction. I watched the Born Supremacy a few hours ago. So yeah, one of the problems with trying to study porn addiction is that most of the guys who sign up for, it's overwhelmingly guys who sign up for like studies about this, like they watch porn for like 10 to 20 minutes a day, but they're just Christian, so they feel bad about it, you know? Like overwhelmingly, a vast majority of self-ID'd porn addicts are just like that. And it's clearly the issue is not something that is similar in any way to like substance abuse disorders. I also got someone who was like a therapist who was like, no, everyone thinks that porn addiction is real. I've seen it. But then like they were saying like, well, porn addiction rewires your brain chemistry, and it's like that's pseudoscience. And I mean, I guess the answer to that is that some therapist also just doesn't mean anything in America, right? That's not actually a real qualification. Your brain can't be rewired. It doesn't. I don't think that. I mean, yes, I don't think the concept of like as outside of an analogy really makes sense, but particularly for just like like that's a thing that you could say to a person to explain a change in someone's temperament. But the idea that porn has the ability to do that is absurd. Famously, no wires in the brain. There is like a small amount of people who do just like literally jerk off like 6 hours a day. What you see with these potential addicts is that they don't have like the guilt, because of course they don't, because they're doing it 6 hours a day. You see something that is kind of more typical to an addict, where they're like, "No, I love it. It's awesome. I don't care. I'm ruining my life, but it's awesome." And like that group, that much smaller group might, like, especially if they decide that like internet use can be an addiction, then like that makes sense to me. Also, wait, hold on. I will be right back. I got tendies. That's the streaming special. It's just easy to eat when you're... Porn addiction support is confessions for Protestant. Well, I mean, all of therapy is like confessions. Truth nuke. Foucault truth nuke. Because, yeah, I mean, that is, if you see when, like, it's very clear, like, well, it's interesting. I do think Foucault is right about this a little bit. Like, you can see on all of these, like, porn addiction therapy, like, subreddits on the forums, everyone is just, like, in a confessional, basically, functionally. And you can see that, like, they all have, coincidentally, like, a very similar story about themselves. They've storied their experiences in a very similar way. But a part of that is just because that they've been sucked into a particular discourse about, like, this thing, like, the reason why I'm jerking it to gay porn now is, you know, it's the standard, like, they used to be straight porn, and then, like, oh, you move on to transgender, and then it was like, oh, what if it's only men? And, like, that's not me. That, like, that's a way that they've stored themselves in order to, like, maximize the comfort that comes from the fact that, like, they do something like that now. Is like, well, it's actually and you can see why this lends itself to, like, conspiracies about, like, well, porn is corrupting people. Which again, like, for the most part, all of the guilt for that, like, it's ironic that maybe this is a good way of putting it. It turns out that way of storing it actually makes it a lot worse. I read more than one paper, but this paper is good. I put this in I believe this is the right one. I can link it. This might have been the wrong one. I can't remember. I couldn't see it. What was I saying? I can't remember. Do you have mentioned they had a client, porn addiction, religious background, and they grew up with a devout Christian father? Yeah. No, many such cases. Like, in that case, if the problem is that, like, you feel guilty because porn has changed your desire, saying it is actually an addiction and it is rewiring your brain and it's corrupting you actually makes it way worse. Because you're like, oh, fuck, I'm being corrupt. This is so terrible. I feel so bad about this. I'm being manipulated, which makes you just feel worse. Telling someone, like, maybe you're into men. Maybe this is how you discovered that. And, like, that's fine. Or maybe you just enjoy it visually and then you wouldn't want to do anything with someone in person. That's fine. If they were to actually internalize that, for a vast majority of these men, I really think that's a bold claim, but I think that that's true. You're just bisexual. It's okay. doing biphobia. I'm imagining a guy who like takes my advice about this and starts feeling a lot better, but then he starts getting like too woke, and then he starts like being like, actually bisexuality is like cringe and makes me a loser. And so he starts to feel shame again, but in the other direction. Like porn, I'm addicted to porn, it made me bisexual, and that's fucking lame as hell. Porn made me a Reddit bisexual. Porn made me like upvote those posts where it's like my taste in men and it's Finster, and it's like my taste in women and it's like a muscular woman. And for that I will never forgive it. I did find it fascinating, like, the way that people, the young queer people talk about gender and sexuality. Like, it's been, for the most part, it's been filtered through this thing that like, was told to people about gender in, like, 2014, during, like, the turning point, when, like, there was a lot more trans, you know, the Caitlyn Jenner stuff, the Livbrarian Cox, that's, like, sex and gender are different. Your sex is like the physical thing, and your gender is like in here is how you feel and how you present and how you wear clothes or whatever. That like, I remember I saw someone, this was like before Finster had like officially, like when it was just he, him, just I'm a dude. There was like a gay guy talking about him being like, yes, I'm attracted to him. It's cool that it's cool that it's like, well, I can be into, because, you know, Finster's a guy, like, look, if Finster looked identical to the way that he looks now, but then like became a woman, just said like, oh, I'm a woman, this is my gender, then it would be fucked up of me to say as a kid that I'm attracted to him. Which kind of just like, it's like a very like it's like it's when you say it out loud, it's complete nonsense, because it's just like, well, all of these categories are just ways that people story themselves, and the categories and like actual real political categories that people like in virtue of their community, in virtue of place themselves within, but that like they're always going to fail to explain people's actual subjectivity. I'm bisexual, I bisect shoes well, period. I've been having a problem as where whenever I'm like period, whenever I'm watching Seeking Derangements and I'm like just at this like grocery store because I need something to do. Whoever edits it like will put an echo effect on Jock's voice, and whenever that happens, I have to burst out into laughter. And I feel very embarrassed, just like. Just in the grocery store, like looking at someone and then just suddenly starting to laugh. The echo effect gets me good. Oh man, I think about the Miss Rachel Jock thing, I think every week. It's very cool. Anyway, not Miss Rachel. He's so cool. Just pretend I've been sane. Yeah, true. That is makes you think how many where it's like, oh, that I was on the train with that guy and he was like being crazy. It's like, are you sure he's not just listening to Seeking Derangements? I think Callie Walsh is mad she lost to Miss Rachel in Top Anti-Semite. It's hard to say. You know who's really mad about that is Nick Fuentes. He seemed genuinely dejected that he didn't get #1, which is honestly fascinating. It's fascinating to me that you obviously wouldn't put the big influencer who says that Hitler is cool as like the #1 anti-Semite. Like, he didn't even make the list this year. Like, he didn't even make the list. Which I think speaks to like, obviously, like the thing that they're looking for in the top anti-Semitic. It's not anti-Semitism or whatever, etc., but also just like how oddly normalized Fuentes is, like, it's so absurd that, like, people are like, well, that guy's insane, whatever. It's very unusual, like, the how fast Fuentes has just been, like, a guy. Like, you remember, there was a point, like, literally a year ago where, like, Destiny platforming Fuentes was, like, big for Fuentes. Epstiny, you know what I mean? Sex Destiny. Having him on to talk was, like, what he's, as Destiny literally said, like,
Is that a brown bear?
he helped get Fuentes out of a, like, a political rut, I guess, after January 6th, mainly. Storm, thank you. But yeah, it's fascinating that it's just, yeah. I can't say that it's good, folks. Joining us on BBC Question Time this week, American political commentator Fun Time. I mean, actually, no. I mean, I guess it happens in Britain too. I mean, Britain is just, like, so cooked. Britain is, like, so absurdly cooked. Why do people find Destiny attractive? He has clout. I think that is, like, Compet is so funny because it like maybe this is a part of why incels exist. I think, like, the masculine gender role, especially in heterosexual dynamics, like, there's a certain thing you have to perform and be good at. I'm honestly, the more that I think about, like, when, like, the kind of manosphere influencers talking about dating, where it's like, this is not true at all. This is kind of absurd. Same with, like, looks maxers, where it's like, you need to be beautiful as a man to even consider being able to have sex. I think all of it does just come from dating apps. I think it is all just, like, and the fact that they get such a good they get an audience from, like, 16-year-olds or, like, 18-year-olds who, like, are kind of too awkward, and they're like, well, I need to do a dating app. That's how I'll get, like, my first date or whatever. And then they get 0 likes because, you know, men are also just really bad at making profiles and take photos of themselves and all that. But it is, like, yeah, the way that dating apps work, it's really clear, like, going on a date, meeting someone in person, meeting a guy in person, and being like, I feel like the photos I've seen of you online, if that was the only thing I had to go with or not, like, it would be a left swipe. I would not especially care for you. So it makes sense when they're like, well, look, like, I'm a little bit busted, like, women don't like me. It's like, well, women aren't swiping right because that's, like, not the thing that you have to go with online. It's a much more shallow way of meeting people. About clavicular? I don't know what I don't know. Yes, I'd assume, like, a vast majority of the people who pay for dating apps are men. I mean, more men are on dating apps than women. I think it's harder for everyone to date in person, like, post-COVID. It's been getting worse for a long time. I don't think it's 90-10. I think it's 70-30. In America, it is. In some countries, it's actually the inverse, which is funny. I wonder where that comes from. I wonder what it is for Hinge. But yeah, the prices are absurd. Cause it's like some men feel like they have to, because they're like, well, I'm not gonna do it in fucking person. Yeah, it's a very unusual phenomenon. The dating application of everything is real. I don't think I will be watching the Game Awards, if I'm gonna be honest. I hate gamers, exactly. Especially when you spell it GIYers. That makes me extra mad. Like, if something interesting happens, you could link it. And maybe if I'm feeling merciful, I will click on it. How about that, chat? Does that make you... Well, I guess I don't... I'm boycotting the Gamer Awards because there's no paradox. That's true. If you're not talking map games, I don't want to talk. It's the Live Agar chat. We... I'd rather hang with Pamers. Actor David Paymer, to be exact. True. Period.
I think transgender for all is a great, great thing for the Democrats to be talking about. Transgender for every member in your family. If they're not feeling well that night, let's just change their sex.
Honestly, this is it's so funny because Trump like clearly doesn't actually have he doesn't have it in him to do transphobia. Because he like Trump is far more woke than most like woke liberals, because he actually thinks that trans people can change their sex. Like he's using the like 1990s transphobia where it's like it's cool that these weird freaks can change their sex and become hot women. And I love how much they try. Like that's his version. Like he is not up on the new transphobia tech.
Now, let's not talk about it. Let him go.
I mean, he literally, remember the clip in like 2016 where someone asked him like, if Caitlyn Jenner was in Trump Tower, would you, because that was like the bathroom wars. It was like, would you let her pee in the women's room? And he's like, of course I would.
Go and let him fight
of course I would.
To get these things.
He's like, I don't see, look, as long as she's trying hard enough, then I'll I'll allow it.
I think open borders are great. Where prisons are emptied into our country, right? Where people from all over the world being dumped into our country. The people.
Is that a tweet? You think it's a tweet that would make people mad? I feel like I'm getting too good at posting bait, for my own good. Of like, Donald Trump confirmed woke around trans issues, that most of his allies, in brackets, thinks that trans people can change their sex. I don't know. She's alting? Yeah, true. Oh, here we go. Someone sent this. Okay, yeah.
Leave it the way it is right now. There have been now very few problems. Leave it the way it is. North Carolina, what they're going through with all of the business that's leaving and all of the strife, and that's on both sides. You leave it the way it is. There have been very few complaints the way it is. People go, they use the bathroom that they feel is appropriate. There has been so little trouble. And the problem with what happened in North Carolina is the strife and the economic punishment that they're taking. So I would say that's
exactly
people
working in your organization.
I don't know.
No,
I really don't know. I probably do. I really don't know.
So if Caitlyn Jenner were to walk into Trump Tower,
thank you, Hessa.
And want to use the bathroom, you would be fine with her using.
Thank you for Shane Dawson, a regular participator in the Twitch chat.
Leave it the way it is.
Thank you. He doesn't talk in the chat because he's shy, but he is a big fan. He's a big fan of the stream.
Right now, there have been now.
But yeah, so I do think that Trump is like he's a lurker, yeah. Listen, if your name is Shane Dawson and you're looking in the stream, please +1 to increase my viewer count, because sometimes it doesn't count lurkers. But I do appreciate your participation. SMH, you think you're Shane Dawson. You're not. You would never be him. You'll never be him, chat. Don't even try. He has so many alts. That is, I think, a third of the people who watch me are Shane Dawson. He's got like a Twitch farm thing, just a wall of shitty phones. Just sweet Shane Dawson. Yeah. Oh man. I feel like I haven't thought of that person in so long. I used to watch Shane Dawson when I was like 9. I feel like I was like 9. Oh, there's it made a hype train. That's so Shane Dawson's participation in the chat created a hype train. Let's go. If you like to subscribe, we have lots of cool emotes. If you like to subscribe and your name is Shane Dawson. Every once in a a Nardwar thing where Sean King comes on, and he's like, your mother and father are white. He does a DNA test. Your DNA test results come back completely European. OLEK, thank you. That is good, the Sean King thing. I don't know, I actually don't know how much that is real. Because it's like, obviously the right is going to be obsessed with that. I know that people were calling him like Black Twitter was calling him Talcum X, which I think is very funny. But like, yeah, that story, I mean, I feel like I haven't thought about that guy in so long. In a certain past life, you were the Queen of Egypt. That is... When you go to sleep every night, you see a horrifying woman with red eyes at the foot of your bed. Anyway, 10 minutes. Thank you for the hype train. Thank you for the money. I guess it was more just I told everyone if their name was Shane Dawson to talk, and enough people are Shane Dawson apparently that it sparked a hype train. Anyway, what else is happening on the internet? The reason was because the person's username was Hardonsky. That's very funny. Well, good for... Hard trains are automatic, yes. I don't press a button. Good for that guy. Random Russian Twitch stream, Twitch user. That's the lizard's father. Adoptive father. What else is going on the internet? This was...
Well, let's...
It says it says Fag Wars, doesn't it?
Look at us really far from Somalia.
Right, like he got a shirt. It's like the... I didn't look at the discourse around this, but it's like the Quirkchungus meme. You know, the missed out on being a whore. Oh, there's like a cuck thing too. Okay, that's cool. I didn't realize that there was a cuck dimension to this too. But he's got like the... There's like a photo of... There's a... Okay, sure. That's crazy. How can you... White man's been here, etc., etc. I like the idea that this guy is like so neurotic about like race play cuckoldry that he makes this meme, but then like he's like typing out the word fag is like too much, so he has to change it to Pog Wars. Do you think he like printing that out? Like how, like, I guess that is like the trend among American conservatives, possibly sort of brought on a bit by Nick Fuentes, where they're just like saying slurs more openly. I mean, it's more of a thing of like that this is why Trump won or whatever. Those type of American conservatives, like the one thing that they really want is for people not to like hate them, and like they're just never gonna get it. Like it's like I want it to be so I can say slurs and like women won't like want to not date me anymore. But like Trump winning doesn't change that. Like those people still hate you. I could see like a gay guy like wearing this shirt ironically. I think that would work. It was an orange. No, it was a chicken tender. It is really funny that he put all of his eggs in the basket of Trump winning, like doing just like explicit, like talking about Yum Wars, true, doing explicit election fraud, and then just like 3 months later, he's like, by the way, Donald Trump is a pedophile. Remember that? Remember the Elon Trump beef? Where then he was like, I'm just kidding. Elon Trump is not a pedophile. And then they just like stopped. Then Doge just they brought Doge back, and shot him in the head. They brought him out back. That's the words are difficult. The 1 week beef. Oh my, okay. I haven't read it. The hot girl who, I like this tweet. The hot girl who writes occasionally bubble is going to burst soon and millions of lives will be affected permanently. The fucking Charlie XCX had a Substack article about Brat. And people were saying it's like really bad. Why would you, okay, I don't understand, not to be too blue sky about something, like the reason why I do Substack is because like they are actual free speech people, which means that like in the American context, they love fascists and are fine platforming fascists, but they're also fine platforming leftists who give their honest opinions about Luigi Mangione. You can just, Charlie XCX does not need a Substack. Like what, I don't understand. I don't understand why the death of Cool, like she has to write her own. I don't know. Do I read this on stream? I think from what people were saying, it's not good. Like it's clear that she did write it. It's horrific. Okay, fine. I read Nancy with Charlie. Oh, oopsie. Is this good? You guys can see this? In the summer of 2023, I wrote a song called 360, which ended up on my 6th studio album, Brat. At the end of each chorus, I sing the line, I remember, I'm everywhere, I'm so Julia. In reference to actress, artist, and musician, I'm used to Josh Safdie, amongst others, Julia Fox. I always love this line, firstly. First off, every single sentence so far has started with I. Love this line, firstly, because it plays into the focus on internet culture, which, oh no, which preserves not only throughout this song, album, but throughout my entire music career. And secondly, because in a way it's oxymoronic. While Julia is undoubtedly famous, she's inherently tied to elements of the underground. Oh no. And although she is, this is giving first year creative writing course. And although she's often seen and recognized and out, she's often seen and recognized and out. Her approach to fame and celebrity are nuanced and avant-garde, and sometimes brutally honest in a way that is particularly distinct and not the norm. So yes, she's everywhere, but she's everywhere for a certain crowd. She is not Target or Amazon or McDonald's, but she could quite possibly be your favorite reference baby, even if you don't realize it. But if Julia Fox did have a custom McDonald's meal and a clothing line with Target and little Julia... See, this is... I will say, not to be like a snob for a second, you do appreciate like... It's hard to appreciate like... knowing how to write, basically, like to have basic structure to convey your ideas properly until you see someone who doesn't know how to do it. And it's like... Let's keep going. But Julia had a McDonald's meal and clothing line at Target, and little Julia drones were delivering everyone's Amazon packages. Would this mass exposure make Julia Fox uncool? I honestly don't think so, because I'm sure she'd find a Warholian way to make it all make sense. I have always rejected the idea that art, film, persona... So, okay. Okay. I'm happy that's what you think about Julia Fox. I've always rejected the idea that art, film, persona, and music becoming commercial. It means it cannot also be considered cool. I see. So here's it. The rejection of commerciality just because is such a boring and immature argument that is perhaps more suited to some mediums than others. But in general, I find it to be elitist in a way that does not thrill me whatsoever. I'm happy to hear that. Disliking something purely because of its widespread popularity or links to commercialism comes with a distinctly... I feel like... I guess this isn't a surprise. That this is all... like... It is interesting, like... There are other tweets about this. That, like, everyone wants to be, like, a cool cultural, like, philosopher lady or person. What was the other tweet about this? A lot of you are too stupid to have the interesting cultural philosopher personality type. And I mean, I guess it's not a surprise that this comes out of... I think Bread is an interesting album because it, like, writing is hard, yeah. I feel like it's clear that it doesn't... I don't think that she has that much to say, and I think it's very easy... Like, it's easy to get away with not being especially interesting if you have really good music production and your voice and performance. But then when it's just your words, it's a lot easier to just be like, I don't... This is probably because I was absolutely ridiculed during my first crit as a student at the Slade School of Fine Art when I stuck 10 drawings of neon-colored ponies riding dynamite sticks to the wall using blue tack, and then stood back and did that thing of trying to let the work speak for itself. Most of my fellow classmates laughed. High question, except for a friend Matt, who told me afterwards that he quite enjoyed the whole experience. Real recognized real, I guess. What does that have to do with... My fascination with the combination of high and low has always been a driver within my work. It's good that she has opinions about her art. I guess so. Maybe it's her first time using weed. I mean, I don't... It's just me... Yeah, I don't know. You're right. I was wondering whether this would be bad in an interesting way, and I don't think that it is. Years ago, I went to see a friend... Yeah. It's just all the sentences start with I, and it's like, this is how I feel about a thing. I enjoy the in-between. That's one of the biggest problems. I said this before about Nuzzy, but I think it remains true. For a lot of people, is like, maybe this is harder if you're like a bit, is more true if you're more narcissistic, is like, something can be interesting to you, and it can mean a lot to you because it's happening to you, but you have to understand that no one cares. Like, Charlie is a big enough artist that I think that she has plenty of an audience who actually does care about this story. It's like, wow, more info into Charlie XCX. That's really cool. I enjoy the in-between. There's definitely something antagonistic about it. Also, I like that my work can sometimes lead to those sort of conversations, and yes, sometimes shock tactics are funny to me and bring me joy. The integrity of the initial work always has to come first for me to be truly interested in the work itself. Creating something does not come from, like, I feel like this is better, not like, you're not an essayist, like, please stop. This is like a brat behind the scenes. You know, like, imagine watching the behind the scenes of a movie and not really caring that much about the production of the movie itself. It's like, okay, I don't... Yeah, I don't think this is very well written. Anyway. Apex of cool and commercial has always been interesting to me. I've always mused over the point where someone cool dies and is rejected by the initial group of people who made it, desirable and aspirational in the first place. Before I go into too much, let me just state that of course I would rather be considered cool by a select group of people than known by everyone. And yes, I know it's inherently lame to care about that kind of stuff, but I'm just okay. I don't care. Sorry. I thought it was gonna be. Anyway, yeah. No, it's not. It's that I knew there was a reason why there was no one who was actually discussing the content of that on Twitter, and it was just people being like, discussing the photo. She did some like, the term photo. I was gonna say photo set, but that's an insane thing to say.
I'm gay.
Anonymous, thank you.
Guy who wants to screw guys.
Like they were talking about the specific photograph she used to advertise it, and then also just that it isn't good. And I think there's a reason for that. Anyway, I do think that that's one of the reasons why like RedTube got, I think, a lot more. Like there was a lot of uninteresting shit that came out of that kind of cultural, is because it's easier to say uninteresting shit when there's a montage of a video. You have editing and it's an audio, you know, someone can listen to another tab as well. Like it's a thing for theater kids and not essayists for the most part. It is hard, I think, especially in the current attention economy, it is hard to capture people's attention with just words. People don't really like reading, and when they like reading, it's like, you know, it's on Twitter. 9-hour long video essay about Assassin's Creed. That's it, because like you could never like get any equivalent sort of amount of people listening to what you have to say if it's just words. Anyway, what else is happening? What else is happening on the internet? Yeah, I'm disappointed. That's like, it's very like first year. I mean, that's kind of what you instruct like first years if you're in grad school, is like, let's focus on like how this makes you feel. Like, let's say it's like a lit class. It's like, how does this make you feel? And how can you relate that feeling to the thing that's being discussed? Yeah, like that is a problem that some people is like, before you're like, I mean, anyway, that's not very, that I'm disappointed at how uninteresting that was. Tyler Robinson makes first appearance in court. Did he say that he loved Hugh Groiper and that he loved Nick Fuentes? He surrendered on 9/11. Wow. It is really profound how much the right fucked up the Charlie Kirk thing. It really, like, no one gives a fuck anymore, and it's honestly more than nobody giving a fuck. It's now like a liability, oddly. The weird media event that Candace Owens is doing now, and the Israel conspiracy stuff more broadly, I think has produced like, has led this event to like be more of a thing that drives skepticism surrounding the competency of the FBI. Than it was about like, oh, they'll, because like no one, how many people are talking about Charlie Kirk in relation to like the leftist threat? Like they were doing that for a little while, and you could see again, example one of a million that I think Fuentes is a lot more shrewd than a lot of the other right-wing influencers. Like, he obviously is very biased about this because there was concern that it was, or he was concerned that it was one of his that did it.
I am gay.
Riordan, thank you. But his immediate thing was like, yeah, it's an evil leftist. These people are evil. They're sick. But you could tell like the extra conspiratorial, like which has now just become the whole right, is like they're like more, and you see this with fascism, is that like a lot of the times they're too irrational to even follow their own self-interest. Like it's you follow your self-interest and you're so paranoid about it to the extent that you become irrational. It's like a selfish politic that ends up like destroying itself. Because I mean that the slam dunk there for the right is like left-coded shut in with transgender girlfriend kills Charlie Kirk because he's hateful. It's like so easy. It's so easy. It's right there. But they're too busy. Like they're too busy being like, no, it's actually this is. I didn't think about it this way, or I haven't thought about it this way for a while. They're too busy being like, no, it's actually Erica Kirk was the one who killed him, and it's because she's working with Israel. It's like you can't help but see. You see things that you have the chalk. It's the Pepe Sylvia. Setting Philadelphia chalkboard. FD signifier video on Kirk is what did he say? They love the chaos. Yeah, and I mean I guess it's more interesting. It's more interesting. Oh, just watch the intro? Okay. I can watch. This is perfect. Is it this one?
Shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
I feel like I'm worried. I feel like I'm worried about showing that. Maybe that's paranoia.
Suburbs in the 90s and don't get.
Oh.
I want to walk. On April 20th, 1999, I was in my junior year of high school in math class in the middle of what seemingly was a normal day, and my teacher, whose name I don't quite remember, came into class late with a ghostly look on his face. He was a first-year teacher, one of the few black male teachers I think I had all through high school. He was from Colorado, so he had a bit of a Carlton Bank swag, very proper. But he settled us down and then announced that there had been a shooting at a high school in Colorado, and that our school, way in Illinois, might be dismissed soon. I didn't go to a school where I worried about safety that much. This is the South Chicago suburbs in the 90s, and don't get me wrong, gang violence was definitely a thing, even in the suburbs back then. But in my school, at worst, there were a few fights. I might have seen some gang activity once or twice. So it was weird to all of us that this shooting was significant enough in a whole state across the country that they were going to cancel school here, or that anything about our school in particular would need to change in the aftermath of the Columbine massacre. Now, understand, gang issues have been relevant to the city of Chicago for decades. I wasn't even allowed to wear a certain color combination since like 5th grade.
Intro is still up on his gaming channel. He's like, cut it out. Okay, is this not the one people wanted me to watch?
Because even in the suburbs, the gang problem was serious enough for them to pay attention. I had to learn a handshake or two to walk through my neighborhood just to get to school for a short period of time. But I didn't know any serious gangsters, right? I wasn't in the streets like that. And the streets that you would have to be in like that were not near me. But I do vividly remember stories of Yummy Sandifer, Dantrell Davis, and Girl X. Horrifying stories of crime in Chicago in the 90s, but far enough away that I didn't think about it in my daily life. At the same time, it did reflect enough of my world that I understood that I was still somewhat a...
Okay, I have to go to the gaming channel. Does he have it?
So, do you know how many transgender...
Oh, you just wanted me to watch this?
Public block and get him be publicly executed. And
I'm confused what you guys want me to watch.
So, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
I want to watch that execution. That'll make my day better. I want to see him on a public block and get him be publicly executed. And I think that would be justice. At what age should you start to see public execution? But hold on a second. Don't you agree that more speech, not less speech, is better for a free society? Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact.
Now let's get it all in perspective. For all y'all enjoyment, a song y'all can step with. Y'all appointed me to bring rap justice, but I ain't 5-0, y'all know it's not, yo. Grey Goose and a whole lot of hydro. Only describe us as soldier survivors. Stay laced in the best, well dressed with finesse in the white tee, looking for white meat.
So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped, when she was gonna give birth and she was gonna live, would you want her to go through that and carry her baby?
The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
In the days after the death of George Floyd, conservatives created the George Floyd Challenge on social media.
Oh.
They took pictures of themselves mocking Floyd's last moments before his death.
Yeah, I mean, it does make the. I guess it should have been obvious the mocking Charlie Kirk's death stuff, because I do think that conservatives, like, tried to make his death like their George Floyd, insofar as it's like, well, this person died, so society has to change. But I think that I just don't think that people were especially sympathetic to that in terms of it being Charlie Kirk. Then, you know, all of the evil shit that he says is brought up. They want to be the culture. Yeah. I mean, I guess, unfortunately, did I mention this stream? Like, it's very depressing how little was gained from the cultural momentum surrounding Black Lives Matter protests. The burning down policing was polling well, and like somehow it didn't. I don't know, man. It's in the current cultural context where it was like 600 people got fired for not even making fun of Charlie Kirk necessarily, but literally being like, "Oh yeah, he died. Did you know that he was racist?" It's really grim. Yeah. For posting quotes, yeah. Could you imagine, like, Charlie Kirk died because he got shot? That's true. That's true, chatter. That's true. I'm gonna say it. That's true. 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 Yeah, that is the crazy thing about the Kirk video, is that like somehow his last moments he's like being transphobic. You can't. I don't. Am I wearing earrings? Yes. They're a little. They're cats. And racist. Yeah, no, you're right. The last words are counting or not counting gang violence. What a way, like, what a way to go if you think about how his memory is kind of solidified. It's still like insane to me that like every member of my family knows who Charlie Kirk is now. You know what I mean? Especially as a Canadian, like the people around, it's like, yeah, you know who Charlie Kirk is.
Charlie Kirky.
Yeah.
Might spot the perky. Charlie Kirky. Charlie Kirky.
Period. What a way to go. What a way to go. Yeah. I mean, I guess it doesn't help. Like, the idea of like Tim Pool baking the reason why everyone hates Trump now is because Charlie Kirk got shot is extremely funny. Like, these people just don't. It's weird. Conservatives know how to run on the economy and think about the economy when they're not in power. And then like the second that they're in power, it's like, no, actually, I mean, both sides did it, right? Like Biden was like, he was trying to be a foreign policy president. Do you know what I mean? He was like, they talk about the Finlandization of NATO. We need to talk about the NATOization of Finland. Because he's like, yeah, who else could have brought Finland into NATO? You know, like no one gives a fuck. No one fucking like people don't even. It's so funny. He really tried to lean in on that, and people don't even remember. Like that, people don't. When you're like, remember when when Biden was trying to run as like a foreign policy president, and it's like, no, I forgot. Like, and now Trump thinks that he can do like, what was the clip? Did we watch that where he was like, you don't need $20 for Christmas. Like 2 or 3 is good enough. Because it's like what, you know, we're doing the culture war stuff, which is obviously the reason we got elected. As soon as they're in power, they're like, the economy isn't real. And the reason why people love me is specifically because of all the my positive political project. Stop being a foreign policy president when you're best known for your foreign policy blunders. That's true. Six or 7 pencils. You're no reaching your parents know who Charlie Kirk is. Well, I saw that the Nikolai tweet where he's like, I'm on a bus in Serbia and someone's playing the We Are Charlie Kirk song out loud. Everyone knows who Charlie Kirk is now for some reason. Well, I mean, I know the reason.
Oh God, and it caught his attention. He said, God.
What is this?
God, you believe in God? And she started begging for her life, and he kept asking, do you believe in God? And she kept begging, and finally she said yes, and then I heard a bunch of gunshots and then didn't hear her crying anymore.
So the story he's describing did not happen. This is Craig Scott, whose older sister Rachel was actually the very first person to be killed in the Columbine shooting. I want to be clear, I'm in no way accusing him of lying. He's experienced unimaginable trauma, and human memories are notoriously fickle. But because of that, he's combining 2 separate stories that ended up causing a lot of grief. And I think the fact that this false narrative has become so popular reveals something upsetting about ourselves. Immediately after the shooting, when Craig had recalled his perspective to the police, he had identified Cassie Bernal as the girl who had reaffirmed her belief in God in the face of death. Now, Craig did not see her, so he was doing this solely based off of her voice. However, investigators knew this wasn't Cassie fairly quickly when they took Craig back to the library and asked him to point out where he had heard this interaction. The investigators knew exactly where Cassie had died, and Craig pointed in the exact opposite direction. The tables Craig had pointed to were where Valine Schnurr was bleeding out after being shot. Oh my God, don't let me die, she prayed. Dylan turned around. This was too rich. God? You believe in God? She wavered. Maybe she should keep her mouth shut. No, she would rather say it. Yes, I believe in God. Why? Because I believe, and my parents brought me up that way. Dylan reloaded, but something distracted him. He walked off. Val crawled for shelter. Val survived. Her story emerged at the same time as Cassie's. However, hers did not go anywhere. Meanwhile, Cassie had...
So wait, Dylan Roof was actually just like r/atheism debating people.
Very quickly become a nationwide martyr. Before long, her mother would write a book entitled She Said Yes. The book is by far the most successful memoir to come out of Columbine. For years, people viewed Val as a copycat, just trying to ride on the coattails of Cassie's story.
No, wait, sorry, ignoring Dylan. You're right, sorry.
They thought I was just following the bandwagon. A lot of people just didn't believe my story. No one really comes out and says that never happened, she said. They just skirt around the issue. Like they ask, are you sure that's how it happened? Or, could your faith really be that strong? Val's parents were supportive, but it wore on her. It gets frustrating, because you know in your heart where you were and what you said, and then people doubt you. And that's what bothers me the most. There were 2 other girls underneath the table with Cassie that saw her die and could attest to the fact that this interaction never happened. It couldn't have. Eric Harris didn't ask Cassie anything. He stuck his head under the table, said peekaboo, and then he shot her in the head. Cassie didn't say anything because there was no time to. Emily Wyant, the girl under the table closest to her, felt silenced by Cassie's growing fame. She felt as if she couldn't tell anyone what had happened to her.
Sorry, it is a lie then.
Because if she did, she would be taking away Cassie's story. Emily Wyant was sad.
Yeah,
She
that
went to
is.
counseling every day.
Someone said this was like a standard evangelical story in the 90s and the aughts. That is interesting because, yes, I feel like Christianity is a religion that is like, as it is being created and defined, it is like,
April 20 had been horrible.
there's a persecution
and now she was saddled
complex.
with a moral dilemma. She did not want to hurt the Bernals, nor did she want to embarrass herself by shattering Cassie's myth. The whole thing had gotten so big so fast. But by
And
keeping
so, like, even when you won, you want to find these situations where it's like, you know, the standard, like, when Christianity becomes illegal in America, I will proudly say that I'm
being
Christian.
quiet, Emily felt she was contributing to a lie. The pervasiveness of Cassie's myth is interesting to me because Val could have just as easily become a martyr. She refused to denounce her faith, and because of that, God saved her. But despite the evidence, she was deemed the liar. And I honestly think it's because letting Cassie be the
I see. So the anecdote, sorry, my brain. The real popularly sourced anecdote is that, like, one of the Columbine shooters did kind of get into an r/atheism debate with the woman who was bleeding out, but then survived. But then, like, the way the Christian discourse is structured, there was like, the popular story related to it was actually that it wasn't someone who survived who affirmed their faith in God or was like, yes, I do believe in God. It was someone who was shot, and like that works so much easier for Christians.
more tragic. But why? Why did she need to be a martyr for Christianity for her story to be tragic? Why wasn't her death alone tragic enough that we felt the need to attach this story to her years after knowing the truth?
16 years.
I mean, it's the same reason why, like, Trump is now talking about, like, Muslims burning down churches in Nigeria, as if, like, he cares about, like, sectarian political violence in West Africa, like, because it's like, oh, finally we found the political context where where Christians are being persecuted.
Years ago, this country was tremendously inspired by a young woman who faced a gunman in Columbine and was challenged about her faith, and she refused to deny God.
Even in researching this,
I mean, it's fascinating. Look, if you want to find a place where Christians are being persecuted by a group of people who are not their religion, there's a really easy example, and it's in Palestine.
I found an article written in 1999 claiming that Rachel Scott also defended her belief in God before being killed. She didn't. She was one of 2 people killed not in the library, but outside. She died instantly. She never even knew what was happening. Why do we feel the need to do this? The other student to be killed outside was Danny Rorbo. He too died before really understanding what was going on. His body was left outside for 2 days before paramedics were allowed to move it. As people gave witness accounts, the more dramatic ones started to spread, including one about Danny, a narrative of him heroically being killed while holding the door open for others. This narrative was repeated by the pastor at his funeral. The story was later disproved.
What is this? Oh no. Complete soy millennial victory, folks. Complete millennial occupied government. Oh man. I'm so fucking right about this. People kept saying that the staffers they hired to post on the official accounts are like Zoomers.
I am gay.
Sidewalks, thank you. No, it's millennials. It's millennials pretending to be Zoomers. This has millennial written all over it. I'm sorry. Absolutely not. Zoomers would be funnier. Absolutely. Ugh. Yeah, that's what Trump's body looks like. Thunderfoot occupied government. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like the Halo memes. Like the Zoomers, see, they didn't grow up playing fucking Halo 3. Like, they're exactly, yeah, no, this is, I think that Americans are not allowed to describe anything as Reddit that is outside of their borders. I think that there is no position. There's just no, I mean, this was solidified even after America's most, that is actually true. Trump, the real truth nuke is that Trump is America's most anti-gamer president. Absolutely. 100%. It's true. I mean, I'm sure it makes it the hardest to get GPUs. What about the countries we vassalized? I feel like in that case, it's just like you're forcing Reddit culture on them. You know, it's like a colonial relationship where the Reddit is coming from you guys. It's because of, like, are the Taiwan tariffs still a thing? Because he said he was gonna like put 100% tariffs on Taiwan, and it's just like because that's where a lot of them come from, right? That's the Taiwan is a specialized country. I don't even know, like, the tariffs at this point. I think everyone is like for some reason confused still. How many? What is Taiwan tariff rate? USA. Doesn't give an answer. Trump 2.0 tariff tracker. It's a reciprocal 20%. The 40% tariff on Syria is killing me. Sure, I guess so. 41%. What do we got? What do we got? What's the Canadian? Reciprocal is exempt for some reason now. There's a fentanyl tariff. I don't even, like, it's so funny. It's trying to make it like easy to read. I have no fucking clue what's going on this page. 25% automobile tax. There's a fentanyl one that's been 0% for goods with duty-free thing, 10% for energy, and 35% for everything else. So I don't even know. I don't, like, that's awesome. Cuffing season? Oh no. Oh. 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 See, that's a millennial. A millennial is doing that. They think this is working. Do they think this is working? It's just gloating. I mean, they're not, like, fascists are, the thing about them is that they're not very smart and they don't really have all that much self-awareness. Yes, it's the SZA SNL thing. It is interesting, the cultural energy against it now. The fact that Sabrina Carpenter tweet got like, it's like, was it like 2 million likes or something? It's like an absurd amount. That is the interesting, like, a part of the reason why they do those videos is to piss people off. It's a resentment surrounding the fact that, like, they still don't have influence in the cultural sphere. So they're like, we're going to reappropriate this from these people who don't agree with our politics and don't want And it's like, what are you going to do about it? 1.8 million. And it was deleted. That's so awesome. They're dabbing on us, folks. They're dabbing on us. Absolutely. Ugh. Oh, man. What do we think about the lighting setup? Is it different? Maybe I just like, it's just the same. I just added to, I don't know how lighting works. I was watching these like videos on how to do, and it's like, oh, you need one position. And I was just like, I'm just going to have enough that my face is well lit. It's not using, see, I'm switching tabs right now and you can barely notice. So I'm not using the Wikipedia homepage as I did before.
Any domestic terrorist organization that poses a threat to the homeland as we speak.
I'd say the first one, President Trump had just announced executive order domestic terrorist organization, Antifa. That's our primary concern right now.
All right, that's what President Trump did. What does the FBI say?
We share the same view. When you look at the data right now, you look at the domestic terrorist threat that we're facing. Right now, what I see from my position is that's the most immediate violent threat that we're facing on the domestic side.
So where is Antifa?
Is Antifa?
What we're doing right now with the organization.
Where in the United States does Antifa exist? Yeah. If it's a terrorist organization and you've identified it as number one.
We are building out the infrastructure right now.
So what does that mean? We trying to get the information. You say Antifa is a terrorist organization. Tell us as a committee, how did you come to that? Where do they exist? How many members do they have in the United States as of right now?
Well, that's very fluid. It's ongoing for us to understand that. The same, no different than Al Qaeda and ISIS.
No, I don't want you. I'll ask one question.
That's so awesome. No different than Al Qaeda and ISIS.
Sir. I just want you to tell us.
It's very fluid. You have to understand that a lot of them identify as more than one person, and that changes like very rapidly at any given moment.
Is the number one domestic terrorist organization operating in the United States. I just need to know where they are, how many people. I don't want a name. I don't want anything like that. Just how many people have you identified with the FBI that Antifa is made of?
Well, the investigations are active.
So you wouldn't come to this committee and say something you can't prove, I know. I know you wouldn't do that. But you did.
I'm glad the judicial, well, no, that's the I guess it's Congress. I mean, I'm sure that means nothing, but it is funny. Having lunch with the president of Antifa tomorrow. True. I like that he couldn't even make it up. Because surely you just like say nonsense, right? Yeah, that does seem to be the new push by, like Ken Kamusi was talking about that a lot. It's interesting how little the discourse is centered around that. I think people just don't want to. There's like a much more intense feeling of hopelessness and powerlessness surrounding that, because it's like, cool, they're going to view transgender charities as connected with Antifa in like the biggest evil left-wing conspiracy to destroy America, and they're going to come after them as terrorists. It's like, what can I fucking do about that? Yeah, I guess you're right. You don't want to perjure yourself, presumably.
Brother, Merry Christmas.
This is wrong. This is an AI video. Surely, I think this is a lie. I think this is AI. Oh, I don't think it's AI. Someone did this parody, but it's not related to a Chinese phone brand. Because I've heard the Brother Merry Christmas before. Because there are these like very strange Christmas parody stuff. I saw like a Nick Fuentes one. Because there's that like quote unquote viral on the most evil parts of the internet that I am of course on. Thing with Fuentes where he's like, you know, women need to shut the fuck up. The juicy drunk society, women need to shut the fuck up. And then someone like AI edited it to be about Christmas.
He's coming up with, no, it's not presents. No, it's not eggnog. No, it's not stocking.
It's so poorly constructed.
It's actually really complicated. No, it festively isn't at all. Hell's a running society. Women need to bake cookies. Grinches need to be imprisoned for the most part. And it would be Christmas. It's that simple.
I've been seeing so many of those. There was like a Iraq war invasion timeline thing, but it's like America is like it's like a map of it, and America is like invading for like festive reasons. St. Nicholas, that's true. I am baking cookies. Wait, listen. It's the mayor from the Grinch's voice. I think so. I think so, folks. Yeah, it's weird. Like, I feel like I guess this makes sense given the current cultural climate, because people are saying, you know, many are saying negative reaction against Trump. People don't like it. But there still clearly is a lot of right-wing cultural influence. We're in a very culturally right-wing period. And I think you can see that with how surprisingly well Fuentes is doing. Even on like normie Instagram. And you see this on left Twitter too. We will quote tweet it like, I didn't know he was funny. I wonder how many views he actually gets. How many viewers? Palantir guy not on coke.
Palantir is a company that's...
It's crazy. Like, there was one clip that people kept sharing about him with the sword, and I would, like, just scroll past it, and each time I thought it was that director guy.
Valued at nearly $1 billion, but not that many people, including those inside of Silicon Valley, know what it is. What is Palantir?
Well, in every large-scale enterprise, you essentially have this problem that you have data in different databases, and it's very hard for humans to actually
Yeah, no, I mean, I just don't think he can handle his drugs very well.
interact with that data.
He really does. It's very funny how much. I think that maybe Silicon Valley is getting like a bit more brazen about this, because I think that's always been the case. Like Elon was getting like censored or whatever by, was it Tesla? For like openly doing drugs, because like you're not allowed to do that. It's like they have always done it. I think maybe this is because with like Trump too, especially those like Silicon Valley people feel like they've exerted political control in the country. They no longer have to pretend that they're woke. Because it's interesting, the divide, as I understand it, in a lot of those companies is that the employees are like overwhelmingly Democrat. But the rich, like, kind of more inner circle are much more Republican. Microdosing in the 2010s is so funny. Like, literally every single thing about culture, I would say this about, but especially, like, the Adorno take on taking hallucinogens, psychedelics, and being like, this is a way to be more productive. Like, it's like, this is... at the core of the kind of Silicon Valley tech spiritual stuff is that it is completely morally and spiritually bankrupt, because the implication is always you're doing this in brackets to be more productive. You're doing this because it makes you more money. The god that you worship is money. It is taking the only thing that is important is taking any knowledge that you have and converting it into something that allows you to be more entrepreneurial. I hate Calvinism. It's Jover. And so any attempt to do spiritual, it's always going to be subservient to that practical reason. It's the only thing that becomes intelligible. Like spiritual and is supposed to be intrinsically good, but everything becomes in service to the generation of capital. It's why a lot of those people, they make like so much fucking money. But they're miserable because they don't know, it's the thing that they know how to do. It's very grim, folks. Then you get to the point where it's like, you know, Elon Musk's vision of art is like Elon Musk is fat rolling because he's equipped like 4 swords and 5 shields in Elden Ring, and he's like not able to make it past like Margaret or whatever, and he's like, this is the highest form of art that I've ever experienced. You know, it's like you have all this money. She do not refer to her as Margaret. That is her old name. You have all this wealth, all this capital, but it's for the sake of you can only view it for the sake of generating more capital. You can't actually enjoy it. Which isn't to say everyone else is doing well, because everyone else is also not enjoying anything, but it's for different reasons. I do think that not to be too Nietzschean, I do think it's important to not do the thing of like, well, it doesn't, I feel a bit better because it's not like the people who are winning and being evil are especially happy. It's like, neither are you. You should allow yourself to sit with that injustice. And that's how history has always happened, right? The thing about history, if you look at any moment, any event in history, it is the evil winning over against the good, against the downtrodden, the meek. And then they just had to live in the world created by those powerful people. That's how it's always been. This isn't anything new. And if you try to, like, I don't think that coping is a, I don't think that coping about it is helpful politically or useful. It's the stuff about like when you know, like Henry Kissinger dies, and it's like scoreboard, get owned. And it's like he died of old age. I mean, maybe not realizing his political project now that we're beefing with China. Like surrounded by loved ones, like wealthy, like he won. Yes, that is true. It's less true because he wanted China and US to be nice to each other. Yeah, and Cheney. That was the recent one, sorry. Read the book Kissinger co-authored. Is that the insane one with like Bill Clinton? No, on AI. Oh god, no, I haven't. Oh god, no, I can't imagine. I'm sure, if I were to guess, I'm assuming he's very excited about it. I'm not playing Arc Raiders. I'm not a real gamer. Do you guys want me to watch the gaming awards? Does that mean anything to you people? No? Okay. The Trump admin is making preparations to deport and revoke the visas of critics of Elon Musk. Oh. One thing I saw was that like if you're visiting America, you're like legally required to report your social media now. Which like I'm just cooked, I guess. I don't know. Am I just cooked? Like I don't know. Will they let me in? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, is it for long-term visas only? Oh, okay, then I'm fine. Cause yeah, I don't know, bro. Who are you, Live Agar? What if they just said Live Agar and then let me in? It's for tourist visa? Oh, okay, Canadians don't have to apply for visas. Although you do if you're staying for more than 30 days now, right? I mean, I'm not planning on staying in America for more than 30 days. Why would you want to go to America? Unfortunately, America is a big country full of many people. U.S. plan to ask visitors to disclose 5 years of social media history. Would affect travelers from countries on the visa waiver program, and it doesn't list Canada. That would be crazy if they were like, no, your posts they're too good. You know, it's not Canada apparently. That was me searching of Canada on the article and it didn't. That includes Canada? Oh, okay. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. Don't let me in then. I don't think anyone knows. That's probably true. They're not really thinking these things through very well, very thoroughly. So folks, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you could connect it to your Twitch account and get a free subscription you can use on me. The funny thing about the TSA is that they're like the woke part of it. Like if you have a female on your passport and you have a dick, the problem, like the TSA, I don't think that they care. It's like the other institution, like the customs institution itself. Like they're distinct. They don't like, as far as I'm aware, they don't really collaborate in this. Not ICE. What is it called? It doesn't include Canada. Well, there you go. TSA is a theater. I feel like, I don't know if this is an insane thing to say. I visited America. I went to Chicago like 6 months ago. And like, I don't think that I've ever felt whiter than when the TSA guy is like yelling at you to put your phone in the thing and then do the thing or whatever. Like, especially like there was a specific instruction. He's like, no, put this here. I don't think that I've ever felt whiter than in that moment. Like, I don't know how to explain that properly. But it's like, I'm feeling the difference here. Like, every TSA agent just makes it, yeah, I mean, they're all just like petty kings where it's like, this is the institution I can use to exert control over other people. The rules always change. Yeah, I mean, you feel very Canadian to me. That makes, I mean, you know what I realized I was doing recently? You guys don't really see this on stream, but like when someone is saying something and I agree with them, I'll go like, like, my mom, I was talking to my mom yesterday and she's like, that's a new thing. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Like I just do that a lot, and as like a sign of showing like there must be a term for that. When someone is saying something to you and you're like affirming you agree with them. Was it a podcasting tick? Is that Miss Western? Active listening. Yes, that is my active listening. Yeah. I don't know where that comes from. Maybe it is podcasting. Although I think you don't want to do that with podcasting. Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say. Anyway. I think they made the scanners woke though. Because it's like there's a sexual dimorphism button where it's like this is the male one and you expect there to be a bit of stuff here and not here. And vice versa. But like they were mad at me at all. Or there was no, I just went through and it was fine. You know, like it's like, and then it like, there's a blue and a pink button, yeah. Exactly. Exactly. That's me. That's, Elizabeth, that's violent that you would send this to me. You're doing violence against me. Fuck, I'm gonna stop doing that now just because of that. Trans misogyny, true. You ever think about how bad the trans Reddit system is, like that community? It flags material type and a person can make an educated guess. Interesting. Many European airlines have stopped making you take out liquids from carry-ons. Yeah, there are the trad stuff. I do think it. The problem is that like Reddit is a male-coded forum. It's like a male socialized coded forum, where there's a reason why there's a lot of like trans men on Tumblr and trans women on Reddit, but it's like very front-loaded with like it's an early transition community. There's obviously like some value in having someone of the exact same experience as you, but I think more importantly, you need people who have gone through the same experiences as you. I saw a discourse on Twitter where people were like, there was someone who had like was very early transition, who was trying to give their take about like some relation in the trans community, and it was like, well, you don't actually really know that. Like you haven't experienced that yet. That is a weird thing where it's like, well, you probably should defer to people who have experience in that respect. I think it's hard because like people have dysphoria about the fact that they don't know things like that. Where it's like, well, it sucks that I feel like I'm in a position where I can't have a strong opinion about this. So like, yeah. And there is just like, there's a mean way of saying this. Is there a nice way of saying this? Maybe there isn't. You do like, especially on the internet, it is just like early transition is a difficult period in your life. You're gonna be more neurotic. Just so much is changing. You're not very happy with the state of where you are typically, and you do kind of get someone where it's like, can you be my mother? I mean, trans mom is a thing, but it's like in real life, and it's just very hard to emulate a lot of that. A lot of the times on the internet, it becomes like an unhealthy dynamic. Did I just talk myself into being like, well, no, actually, maybe it's good that there's like a community for your first 6 months. No, it creates a very strange culture. where it's like, you know, like everyone is ordering Amazon Basics. It's like I know you don't want to shop in person. That's fair enough. You can order clothes online that are not from Amazon. And you could send them back. That's the cool thing about shopping online. Women be shopping. It's true, folks. Is you can send them. Usually, you can just buy a bunch of shit, and you're like, 4 to 5 of these don't work. Just send them back, and it's fine. You need someone to teach you. Are you fun with it asking to send back? That's so beast. Reddit trans femmes are mostly kids who were on Tumblr in action and became radicalized by Vosh. All of those words are in the Bible. Am I crazy for hating the word trans femme? Is that a hot take? Because trans mask, there's like a different... I don't understand it though, because like, I understand it for trans masculine people. Sorry, I'm insane. It's okay. I'm also insane. Because like there is actually a big difference between people who are like, I'm not a trans man, I'm trans masculine, and people who are like, I am a trans man. But there really is not that many. Like the inverse it's a lot more chill. It's like when people like revert to they them for trans women because they're like, well, something might be up with their gender. It's like that is the place where you should be assuming she her. Like if there is any place to assume she her. Because like I'm sure there are trans feminine people who use non-binary pronouns out there who would be unhappy with you seeing them and being like, oh, well, she, etc., etc. But there are not, it's really not that many people. It's like a substantially small amount of people. It seems like given the context that everyone always assumes pronoun, like most people, a vast majority of people assume the pronouns of other people. It seems very counterproductive to do that, to stop doing that in that specific instance. Transmask, who's never thought of that, I understand that easily. The I can't remember which one, but I'm happy. Sometimes I forget. Well, it's hard to people will respond to a thing and I don't know where they are in the sometimes I just forget what I'm talking about, I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes you guys will be like question mark, like what? And I forgot what insane thing that I said specifically invoked that, so I just move on. The possessive pronoun is like a cis-coded one. She, her, hers. Technically, you only need she. No, the hers is like if you're making a setup. Literally, for 1 second, the question mark. I was like, did I say something? And I was like, no, okay, I forgot. Yes, you put she or hers to be less clocky. Period. Yeah, absolutely. If you're gonna put email, your pronouns in the email, the hers is like less clocky. You said that with trans women you should be assuming she, her, but how can you know that someone is a trans woman? Sorry. Sorry. I think that's a normal thing to say. That's not mean. It happens with me too. It's easier to clock someone who's like you. You know what to look for. But yes, there is always a fundamental problem that you don't understand people, and if you encounter them for the first time, It's very contextual. The easiest thing overwhelmingly is to look at context. Because in a queer woke progressive space, when someone's pronouns are a little bit up, which is a really funny way of putting that, usually like the way that people will correct someone else is just like, oh, they've got something wrong. They assume something wrong about the pronoun situation, like he was actually saying this. Oh, did you like his shirt? Like, and it's like, okay. I feel like that's generally when you see a trans woman, assume she or but it turns to be a trans man. It happens. It's sometimes you're confused about the direction someone is going. That can happen. I do think that happens to see, that's the funny thing. I feel like it's so much more of a desire to say trans mask here, as in like the contingent of people who are like, I'm not a trans man, is like so much larger than trans feminine people who are like, I'm not a trans woman. How dare you, and comma, how dare you say I'm a trans woman? That just feels like it's so much smaller. But I've seen this, the issue of like some transmasculine people, especially when they're a bit more gender nonconforming. People assume that they're trans women because like testosterone affects the voice, but then maybe they're presenting femme in some other way. That people's default is like, well, Trump is trying to reclassify marijuana. That's normal. That's not good. Because how would that affect, what about states' rights, folks? No, it's good? Oh, good, weed is evil. True. Cut restrictions on marijuana. Oh, reclassify as a Schedule 3. Okay, because Schedule 3 makes it sound like it's bad. Like it's 3 times worse than what it could be. Am I getting the order wrong? It's like first, third degree, but like the third it's less severe. Oh, it was already classified as its worst. That's awesome. This is like, what is the Biden equivalent to this? I mean, maybe the Biden equivalent was saying "fuck you." Like he's like, I'm fucked in the polls right now. Yeah, trying to juice the polling. Sorry, hold on. Also, folks, if you have an Amazon Prime account, get your Twitch account and get a free subscription you can use on me. My thoughts on weed? It's fine. I did it more when it was illegal, and I thought it was cool as like a 16-year-old. I feel like I'm so millennial coded. Whenever I was telling people at the start of the stream, I walked by like a weed store, and I was like, sure, I'll get some gummies because I like the gummies. But I don't do it to be cool. I'm like, it's like millennial quirk chunkus coded. You know, when it's like, I've had a hard day and I've been waiting, and it's finally time to relax and have dinner. Maybe I'll order food, and it's just like to kind of make you feel mellow. This feels like it's like a Reddit millennial way of smoking weed. Like I'm not like getting like crossfaded anymore. Like that was really cool. When I was like 18, that was really cool. You know what I mean? Especially because it was funny. Like in Vancouver growing up, no one cared about weed because it's Vancouver. But then like going to Ontario, it was like a bit controversial as an 18-year-old. Like half of people were like, I don't smoke weed. No. but so he's like, oh, it's so we're smoking the worst dog shit ever. It's like it's a place that is like a 3-hour drive away from Toronto. It's just twigs. Like, it's terrible. But I feel like I do it as like a millennial quirk chungus. Like, methinks I need to take the edge off while I load into this Baldur's Gate 3 game where I have a poly relationship with the elf one and the lady who's on fire. You know, it's very that, like, that's the only way. But I was walking by a weed shop yesterday because I was doing errands, and I was like, I'll get some edibles. And I didn't realize, like, I bought like a couple packages, and then when I came home, I was like, what the fuck? There's only one edible in this whole package. Like, that's like so little. Whatever, I'll just eat it. And I didn't realize that it was actually 10 milligrams, which is like way more than I usually do. But I was fine. It's a funnier story if it's like I was green, I was throwing up, but I was fine. It was only 10. It was only 10. It's illegal. Like, they don't let you. I don't think the Canadian government. 10 is nothing. Well, I don't smoke at all. I never do weed. I've tried pot, as they say. Like, I usually do like 3 milligrams, and I'm like, okay. It's a less funny story because I was just very high, and I was like, oh, this is fine. My stomach kind of feels bad. It was one of those things where it's like, if this gets like 30% worse, I'm gonna be, it's over for me today. But then it didn't, so it was fine. And I had an empty stomach too, which I think makes it more intense. I think when people are like, you are a small body, I take 150 milligrams, like, good for you, bud. Exactly. Should we throw a party? Like, period. Yeah, for me, actually, my ex, which I'll be vague, was telling me that she never does them, and she took 10 milligrams and she was like physically sick. I like that I have enough ex-girlfriends that you don't even
I am gay.
Cubs fanatic, thank you. So it could have happened. I was sick as in cool, yeah. I remember one time, like, I went back to my high school friends. It was like first or second year for like the summer, because it's like you go back to work. It was in Vancouver, and like I was just used to the like the quietest weed ever. In Ontario, and then I was hanging out with them, and then I took like a single bong hit. This is the last bong hit I'll ever take in my life, and I felt like fine. I'm sure I've told this story before. Like 30 minutes later, I started to feel kind of funny, and then like it felt fucking Looney Tunes. It was this really intense warmth that genuinely started from my feet and then like went up to my body, and then when it hit my head, it felt like I got like hit by a gong, and then like I was seeing things in like a slideshow. I was like, oh, this is really bad. And apparently I was physically green. Like, I was like so sick. That's what they were telling me. Maybe they were fucking with me. I don't know. I don't think so. But it felt like I could, if I was an animator and I worked at Looney Tunes, like I would be able to do this perfectly. It would be I became the Grinch. I started hating Christmas. I had a bong hit transplant, exactly. How was the nap? Well, I had to just like go back to my house. I just like walked home, and then I just like I couldn't tell my parents because this was before weed was legal. I think I was like 19. So I just like stayed in my the bathroom. I was with my parents. It was over the summer in university. I just like kind of felt sick, and then I went to sleep at and then I woke up at fucking 7:30 for my 9 to 5 that I had. Yeah. Woke. 6'7". Exactly. We've been used by people for almost 10,000 years. I do think it is funny when people are like, I only do that natural stuff. I only do that. I only do the natural stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like it's yeah, mushroom. None of that synthesized. None of that stuff that's synthesized. And it's like your entire life is you consuming things that a chemical that was invented 30 years ago. And it's like this chemical is like the reason why the food in your like tastes good.
Says, you know who that is? That's the Grinch. And I go,
that's how I felt. Spiritually, like the week kicks in, hits my head, and I just do this face.
I must find a way to stop Christmas from coming. You know.
Yeah, I get why they casted him as the Grinch. How do you even start being able to do that with your face?
Nine.
No. Hey, that's actually a good one. 6, 7.
8, 9.
No.
Period. JD Vance is sick of 6'7". Ban these. Sorry. Period. The fact that makes me so sad. I saw this headline and I was like, JD Vance is sick of 6'7", ban these summits forever. I thought it was like The Onion or something, or like, you know, those like fake news tweet NBA Central or whatever. To the nonsense slang term. This is why it's good, by the way. This is why the meme is still funny, and why it continues to get more funny. Is like, because of course JD Vance is gonna be, of course JD Vance is gonna be the guy who's like, memes these days are just not funny at all. The 6'7" thing, there's not even any meaning to it. Like, we need to get rid of this joke. That's how you can tell that I'm on the right side of history. When I do this, whenever nonsense stuck into his 5-year-old son's vocabulary. Yesterday at church, the Bible's reading started on page 66, 67 of the Missal. The 5-year-old went absolutely nuts, repeating 6'7" like 10 times. Now I think we need to make this narrow exception to the First Amendment and ban these numbers forever. Congrats, JD Vance. You just created 1 million 6'7"ers. You created 6 to 7 million Charlie Kirks. Let 100 6'7"s bloom. That's the thing. Like, Trump gets it though, and if Trump hears about 6'7", he's gonna think it's funny, because he understands culture at a much more. Something about a child whispering 6'7" that makes me feel like uneasy. Like it's like the AI edited end of the Sixth Sense movie. The 6/7 sense. Sorry, that's not funny. Anyway. No one talks about the seventh sense. Not enough people are talking about the seventh sense. Maybe the reason why it's cool you can say stuff like this again. Maybe the reason why they took Charlie Cook out of this world is to spare us from the incredibly unfunny 6'7" video he definitely would have made. World's most important town hall on Saturday. Which town hall is that? Does Canada do day, month, year? Canada does like literally 4 different things, and it makes it like different. They have to specify the order of it when you're filling out forms. Because like it's like Europe as well as America, and then we have a weird convention where it's like the American order, where American order is month, day, year, right? I think we have like day, month, year as well. Like I don't even know. Like I don't when I'm filling out a form where you don't need to specify, where it doesn't need to just be letters, I just literally say like May 6th or whatever. May 7th, you know. Just 2 examples. Folks, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you could connect it to your Twitch account and get a free subscription you can use on me. April 20th, Hess's birthday. That's a goated birthday. That's a goated birthday. What if it instead of 6/7 it was like October 7? Sorry. I'm sorry, it was a tragedy. I condemn it. It was a tragedy. It was a tragedy. It's like you know the Norm Macdonald where he's like 9/11 was a terrible tragedy. That joke doesn't work on Twitter because it's purely through the tone of the voice you use. What is it? Let me click. I need to find that clip. Now hold the fort. Tragedy. Norm Macdonald.
Wait. You want to hear my impression of the 9/11 call from Johnny Carson?
911 call.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But 9/11 was a national tragedy.
Yes, it was.
Why do you laugh at that?
You said it.
Johnny Carson
died. Johnny Carson died
at 80 years old. Okay, Johnny Carson died at...
A 9/11 phone call is so funny. R.I.P. And the fact is Andy Dick. Did you see the Andy Dick stuff of him ODing on the street? No. Although, like, he's, like, evil, right? I'm trying to think if that's... Yeah. Like, Andy Dick, it's one of the, like, where, like, he's a gay man that, like, you get so evil gay that he's like, I might as well just, like, sexually assault women. Like, you get so evil, not so gay. That would be funny if there was, like, a Stack Overflow. Like he's like, yeah, evil LA gay. Yes, evil bisexual erasure. Chill on Tyler. That's a discourse that they should start. Is Tyler Robinson an evil gay? Like an evil bisexual? I feel like the people didn't make enough. Enough is a funny way. Oh, Tyler from Twitter? True. We love him, don't we, folks? My favorite was that thing. People got really mad at him because they were talking about, like, is this physique natural? And it's an insanely buff guy. And he was like, so people were like, there's no way you could get that physique without testosterone. And he's like, it's very easy. I have that physique. I maintain it very easily, and you can like see. Oh no, I guess you can't see in his profile. No, he's very funny. Andy Dick's crack smoking actually helped him avoid a fentanyl death. So he's not doing very well, is what we're. That is true. That is crazy. He's got like the. Yeah, no, not doing well. 100% fine speaks out on, in quotes, crack use. Hunter Biden harm reduction method? True. New KOTOR game? Are you fucking kidding me? No. No. No, but it's not gonna be good though. Can you send me? No, but they're gonna fuck it up. They're gonna fuck it up. No, I don't. Fate of the Old Republic, a new single-player game led by KOTOR and Mass Effect director Casey Hudson. I don't know who that is. Is that good or not? It'd be so funny if it was a phone game. She's okay. I think it's a guy. Girl name. The twist here is that I can't operate on I can't operate on this kid because he's my son and also I'm a guy. Okay, so it's not. This does make me insanely nostalgic about the Star Wars The Old Republic. I hope they don't fuck it up. Have you guys seen that meme? The like, it's a drawing of like someone squatting over a plate, and the guy it's being served to him, and he's like, "Why are you shitting on my plate?" And the guy responds, "How do you know it's shit? It's not even out yet." I think that's such a funny. How do you know? Let me find. Why are you shitting on my plate? How do you know it's shit? It isn't even out yet. Kills me. Is that the art style though, or is this? It's like a cinematic. That's Mamdani's that mayoralship, by the way. Truth Nuke. How do you look? He hasn't even been sworn in yet. I was gonna tweet that, but I feel like enough. I have enough of the internet yelling at me recently. I don't know. I feel like I've like taken my training weights off in terms of being like annoying on Twitter, because I was worried for like years about like making people mad at me, and like now I realize that it doesn't matter, and it's fine. Who gives a fuck? Exactly. It's all silly. It doesn't matter. But it has caused me to be a lot more annoying. I love that it drew like stretch marks, presumably on the ass. the face he's making is so awesome. I don't think Elon buying Twitter changed it. Oh, it's ass. Is there hair on that part of people's asses? That feel like that strikes me as like a hairless location to me. You're probably right. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, feels bad, man. I feel like you could just laser that. Unfortunately. Maybe I'm a fake. Maybe I'm like a. I was gonna say maybe I'm like a fake gay man, but I guess that makes sense. Now I'm not looking at men's asses enough. It's more peach fuzz. Okay, that makes sense. I feel like if peach fuzz anywhere makes sense to me. But like we're not talking about peach fuzz here. Do you think maybe the guy who made this has hair on those specific parts of his ass? Do you think that's what caused him to do that? I wouldn't have thought in a million years if I'm drawing an ass to put hair like right there. Like on the cheek is crazy. Stretch marks? That's what I thought. But apparently my chat does not agree with me. Apparently I'm the odd one out on that one. Stretch marks are horizontal? That's true. That's actually a good point. That's a good point. Maybe cellulite? That makes sense. That makes sense to me. Yeah, it makes you think. Google hairy bums. I like hairy bums specifically. Trying to get like the least abrasive result. Folks, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you could connect to your Twitch account, get a free subscription. You can use on me, it's appreciated. It's been 4 hours. Probably call it here. I gotta do work. I'll be back on Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday we're streaming. The Sunday streams are the longest usually because Hassan is not live typically. Clocking out early. I feel like I always give myself. I try to do 4 hours at least. Work. I'm off to the Olivia Nuzzi, a book. You too, Max. Thank you. Hope everyone has a good weekend. I'm off to the Olivia Nuzzi book mines. Join my Discord. It'll ping you when I go live. I didn't buy it. The QAA bought it. Because I'm doing a book review for it. One of apparently 1,000 or so copies because they did not sell well, which is so funny. Anyway, Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, like around noon. Thank you all for tuning in. Goodbye.